Folks, we're getting started. Okay. Give another 30 seconds.
I don't see a general movement out there.
So you know, Lonnie, that the water bottles are an indicator of threat level.
You think so?
Yeah, because if you asked a hard question, you take a sip of water and figure out what you're going to say. And if you're really feeling threatened, you have a spare water bottle just in case you run out. Just in case you run out.
Okay. We're going to get started. I know there's still people out there getting their food and coming in, but we're already a little bit behind schedule, and I want to make sure that we give each of our debate discussions the appropriate amount of time. And the topic that we are actually going to cover next is one that's quite central to the discussion in DC right now about what could happen in the Taiwan Strait. And the proposition for this third debate is China is more likely to blockade Taiwan than invade the island in the next 10 years. As we've observed Chinese actions against Taiwan, particularly after the unprecedented large-scale Chinese military exercise after then Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, it has sparked quite a bit of discussion in DC about how likely is it that China may blockade Taiwan, and how should Taiwan, as well as the United States, think about the likelihood of blockade versus an invasion. And here I'm very, very grateful that I have two very established and esteemed experts on the PLA to join us here today. I will introduce them shortly, but the first thing, as we do in all of these debates, is we will have a quick vote on what you think might happen, what you think is more likely. So, yep, please. Again, this is if you agree or disagree that China is more likely to blockade than invade Taiwan in the next 10 years. So as we're waiting for the poll, let me introduce our two speakers. To my left, immediately to my left, and arguing for this proposition is Mr. Lonnie Henley. He's a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. He retired from federal service in 2019 after more than 40 years as an intelligence officer specializing in East Asian security. He served as a defense intelligence officer for East Asia, senior defense intelligence analyst for China, and the National Intelligence Collection Officer for East Asia, among many other posts during his 4 decades of work in the intelligence community. Arguing against this proposition is Dr. Phil Saunders. He's a director for the Center for the Chinese Military Affairs at the National Defense University. He previously worked at the Monterey Institute of International Studies and served as an officer in the United States Air Force. Phil also asked me to make a plug for his very excellent book, Crossing the Strait, China's Military Prepares for War with Taiwan. It was published last year, highly recommended. I believe it's a volume of leading scholars on their assessment of China's preparations for the Taiwan contingency. So with that, let's turn back to the poll. We are seeing that 73% of the audience, both in person and online, believe that a blockade is more likely than an invasion. And so, Lonnie, you are going first, and you have the advantage of arguing for the position that blockade is more likely. So over to you, Lonnie. Oh, sorry, before we do that, let me also show the poll from Twitter. Right, it's the poll that we got today is very much in agreement with our polling that we got on Twitter in the last couple of days. A very large portion, almost 80%, believe that a blockade is more likely than an invasion. So Lonnie, over to you.
Well, I've got the easy part of this task, partly because my work is already done for me. Everybody already agrees. But so I'm going to argue that if there's a military conflict over Taiwan, that will involve a blockade, absolutely. And then I'm going to argue against myself that to set up the conditions where I think it is not the case that a blockade is more likely than an invasion, but that's a very peculiar argument. We'll get into that. And then I'll finish with my, my premise that we have failed to prepare for this blockade, and that's a bad thing. So, first of all, agreeing with everything that was said in the previous panel about whether a military conflict is likely, and I agree that it is not the most likely course of events in the foreseeable future. But if the Chinese leadership decides that it must use military force against Taiwan, and then there's kind of two big categories of actions they would take. The first big category is coercive actions to force Taiwan to change some policy or some behavior or some condition that the Chinese have found unacceptable. And if they're thinking about coercive actions, then they've got various kind of non-violent coercive actions, if you will, economic sanctions, saber rattling of the sort that we've seen twice in the last year with large exercises around Taiwan. But if they decide they must use military force in the sense of shooting, killing people and breaking things, then they've got a couple of small options on their menu. They can seize an offshore island. They can do punitive strikes, air and missile strikes against Taiwan, or they can impose a blockade on Taiwan to impose economic pain. I have a hard time imagining them deciding to kill people and not at the same time also deciding to throw up a blockade. So if they're going to do a seizure of an offshore island or air and missile bombardment of the island of Taiwan, they will also put up a blockade because that's a much more overt political message to the world that this is not acceptable, whatever it is that Taiwan has done that annoyed them. So, in the big category of coercive actions to punish Taiwan, there will almost certainly be a blockade if they decide they're willing to use lethal force. The other big bin is actions to compel unification, that is, to conquer and occupy Taiwan. There they have two major courses of action they can choose. One is just to impose a major blockade and hold it as long as they can, and the other is to launch an invasion. Now, the way I win this argument automatically is that if they launch an invasion, they will do a blockade first as part of that invasion. They've got to set the conditions for the amphibious landing. They've got to attain maritime superiority, air superiority, and information superiority, at least sufficient for the cross-strait operation to succeed. So, even if their primary course of action is an invasion, they will be a blockade, so I win. The other course of action, of course, is just to not attempt an invasion, but just do a really serious blockade and hold it as long as they possibly can. That has some advantages. It doesn't have the high risk of immediate operational failure that you would have with a cross-strait invasion, but it has a lot of disadvantages, such as it gives the U.S. a lot of time to marshal force, both militarily and politically, in opposition to the blockade, and it's a long, slow weapon. It takes a while for Taiwan to starve and surrender. I would also say that, contrary to a comment earlier, we, collectively, the United States and Taiwan, are investing quite a lot in efforts to defeat a potential cross-strait invasion. There's more to be done on that in that regard on both sides, but that's been the major focus of military force development as pertains to the Taiwan Strait situation. It's been the major focus of U.S. force development for more than a decade, and is increasingly the focus of Taiwan force. Well, in one sense, it has always been, but they're focusing more on the effort to defeat the cross-strait movement as opposed to defeating the force as it lands on the beach. In any case, we're putting a lot of effort into defeating that cross-strait movement. And there's a pretty good chance we would succeed, given the amount of effort we're putting into it, and given the incredible difficulty of that operation from the PLA's perspective. It's by far the largest amphibious operation any force has ever attempted in history. It's got enormous geographical obstacles, et cetera. We can go into long detail on that. And our planning seems to be premised on the assumption that if we defeat the landing, that ends the war. That the Chinese will find some political formula that allows them to claim a strategic victory despite the military operational outcome and declare victory and go home and the war's over. That might happen. I don't think it would, and I definitely don't think we should assume that it will happen. We've got to look at the possibility that for whatever reason, if only because at this point, we've been fighting for a month. Tens of thousands of people have been killed on all sides of this, in Taiwan especially, in China, in the U.S. forces operating in the area, in Japan. Thousands of Japanese people have died. I can't see the Chinese deciding at that point that they're going to kind of give up and claim that they won, but give up the effort. I just think at that point, everyone is so outraged. Everyone is so, in any case, it doesn't matter. Whether it's likely or not, we should prepare for the possibility that China doesn't just quit and go home at that point. And at that point, think about it, we've been fighting for a month. China has fired off every long-range weapon it has, so have we. The Chinese Navy operating in the Western Pacific has been destroyed. The U.S. Navy has been severely damaged. It's questionable whether the Chinese air defense umbrella over Taiwan is still intact. I think probably will, but you never know what a secret weapon the U.S. Air Force has up its sleeve to take out air defenses. You won't know until it happens. But at this point, if the Chinese decide they must continue the fight, their only remaining option is to continue enforcing the blockade. And I'm not talking about what Dr. Ratner seemed to have in mind earlier this morning, a picket line of Chinese ships in the Western Pacific. That's easy for us to defeat. What we have no way to defeat at the moment is a close-in knife fight in the Taiwan Strait to keep any cargo ships from getting into Taiwan. Because at this point, the lack of long-range weapons doesn't matter because it's a close-in fight. And the fight has to be on the west side of Taiwan, between Taiwan and China, not on the east side of Taiwan, because the east coast ports are so small and the mountainous roads between them and the rest of Taiwan are so fragile that you are not going to get enough material through those east coast ports to keep Taiwan alive. Just cannot happen. Physically impossible. So you've got to come around to the west coast ports to get cargo in to keep Taiwan alive. And at that point, you're in an intensely contested environment, heavily mined, with your back to the Chinese coastline, trying to push cargo ships into a heavily damaged port over and over again, with the Chinese forces throwing everything they still got at you from close range and remining those ports every time you turn your back. And so I think that unless China quits after the first month of the war, unless the first battle ends the war, there will be a long, ugly blockade. And the military forces required to penetrate that blockade are completely different from the military forces that it took to stand back and sink amphibious landing ships from 500 miles out. And we have not built that force. And we're not even planning to build that force. And Taiwan has not built the forces it would need to contribute to that effort to open its ports to us after they've just finished closing the ports against the Chinese invasion fleet and make it possible for that flow of material to come in. So, as I said up front, if there is a war, there will definitely be a blockade. And if there's a serious war, we will lose because of the blockade. Thanks.
Thank you, Lonnie. Before I turn to Phil, I just wanted to quickly recap you. So you were talking about at least 4 different blockade scenarios, right? One, a coercive one to punish Taiwan.
Yes.
Second was a blockade scenario that was aimed at unification but separate and standalone.
Yeah.
The third was a blockade as a first step towards an invasion. And
Yeah.
the fourth scenario that you were discussing was a blockade scenario after a faltering invasion.
After a failed invasion,
Right.
yes.
So just wanted to be clear that Alani has offered 4 different options. Basically, the opportunity that blockade could be used in peacetime, the beginning of conflict, and near the end of a conflict. Okay, thank you. Philip.
Okay, well, I feel like this is heads I win, tails I lose. Because I think really the question is, if the PRC leadership decides they have to use force, are they willing to do an invasion or not? And is a blockade a substitute for that? So yes, it might be part of the preparation, just like a fire strike campaign would be. It might be a fallback if the invasion has failed. But I think the question we're really concerned about is it an alternative to an invasion? So that's what I'm going to kind of tackle. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I see as the decision calculus, pros and cons of a blockade, pros and cons of an invasion, and give you a conclusion on why I think in some ways the invasion's a better choice. So I use the basic deterrence calculus. It's whether the benefits of action against Taiwan outweigh the costs and risks, including the costs of inaction. And so that cost of inaction covers a Taiwan declaration of independence. It covers the U.S. Doing something to officially recognize Taiwan, actions that really would force a CCP leader to act. I think those are relatively unlikely if we're smart with our policies. You could also think about circumstances where the trends are moving against China and they act before a window of opportunity is closing. But even that would really be a war of choice. And so if it's a war of choice, I think there's a 2-step calculus. The first is a military step. The second is a broader political step that takes other factors into account. And if we're looking at the military pieces, we want to ask, what's the PLA's ability to achieve its objectives? So do they have the military forces, the hardware, the training to execute the campaign? What's the strength and capability of the opposition force? And is that just Taiwan, or is it Taiwan and the U.S.? How much time, if the campaign goes as planned, would it take to achieve decisive results? What are the expected costs in terms of losses of men and equipment? And expected is what you factored in. That's what I'm going to pay. But you also have risks. And those could be that the losses are a lot higher than you think, that the military operation might not succeed, or it might escalate into a much wider or more violent war. That is either horizontal or vertical escalation. So I think these are the military pieces. Even if the military answer looks relatively good, though, the decision is really going to be made by the CCP leadership, probably Xi Jinping. And that calculus is going to include a much wider range of domestic and international costs and benefits. So they'll be looking at the diplomatic costs. They will be looking at the economic costs of boycotts, sanctions, and the loss of commerce while a war goes on. And obviously those increases the longer you go. The political factors, where does it leave China positioned at the end of the day? What does that mean for other goals like raising the living standards of Chinese people? And I think because of that, the CCP is not likely to do a bolt from the blue. They are going to mount a public campaign on why this is justified. And they'll do that both to mobilize their own public and their own military behind this, but also to reduce the international costs. They're going to find a way to blame Taiwan and or the U.S., and so that political campaign is part of this. So I think the point is that a go answer at the military level doesn't necessarily translate into a go answer at the political calculus. And then just to preview the argument, a blockade absolutely is less challenging than an invasion for the PLA in military terms, But I think the balance of costs and benefits is less appealing at the political level. Okay, so how does a blockade work? Depends on the type, and there's been very good work done here at CSIS looking at a variety of blockades, from ones that don't use a lot of force to the kinds of things that Lonnie is talking about, which is a much more kinetic, violent blockade that's going to include airstrikes on Taiwan's ports that will do a lot. And so depending on that type, it's going to restrict the flow of energy, especially oil and gas, goods inputs, goods exports, the flow of people, and even the flow of information, because one of the tools in the PLA tool bag is an information blockade where they try to cut off Taiwan's internet and space links to the outside world. And this imposes increasing costs as your stockpiles are drowned down, as your economy crumbles to a halt. Rationing starts to affect what businesses can stay open and the livelihoods of people. And the notion that is over time those costs increase and the target will eventually make concessions to end the pain. If we're talking these kinetic blockades, well, that's going to include precision air and missile strikes on ports, on your container facilities, on your airfields, on your communications hubs to increase the effectiveness. This starts to look like a fire strike campaign. This starts to look like a bombing campaign. And we know some of the political negative side effects are that is it rallies the population to support the government and increases the will to resist. So a kinetic blockade that's using a lot of this stuff is going to look a lot like a bombing campaign and have some of those same counterproductive effects. Okay, so the chief advantage of the blockade is the PLA can do it. Much better capability to implement it than an invasion. There's limited Taiwan stockpiles of energy and food, so that's a weakness. You might think you might not have to hold it for too long. They can rely on mainland-based missiles to limit access to Taiwan's ports on the west side. So you can do a lot of this not using aircraft, not using ships, but using cruise missiles and surface-to-air missiles. If it's a more limited conflict, that might make countries and that would force the U.S. and Taiwan to decide, do they want to escalate to mainland strikes and that kind of it. There's some significant drawbacks, though. The kinetic forms of a blockade are a clear attack on Taiwan. That produces much the same costs as an invasion in terms of diplomatic costs, economic costs, sanctions, political costs. It triggers probably the Taiwan Relations Act in that it's an effort to resolve the situation using force. The less kinetic it is, the less effective it is, and the time required is time for adversaries to organize a political coalition, enact sanctions, and move military forces, whether that's from Hawaii, whether that's from CONUS, whether that's from other theaters. And it's unclear whether and how long it'll take a blockade to achieve decisive results. Those are the prospects for a really extended campaign that goes a long way out. It's also worth remembering that a PRC blockade on the Navy is also going to significantly curtail shipping traffic to China, either through the mechanism of insurance costs or because it's an active war zone that nobody wants to sail through. And it also invites a symmetrical policy response of a blockade, a broader blockade against China itself. That's a logical, symmetrical response that people would say is justified. Okay, so that's some of the pros and cons of the blockade. For the invasion, absolutely it is a very challenging military operation, but it offers the prospect of a decisive victory. If you can pull off an invasion, you are in physical control of Taiwan and you can dictate what happens next. And it also potentially, if you're an optimist in the PRC, offers the prospect of a rapid, decisive victory if Taiwan defenses crumble that presents the U.S. with a fait accompli before the U.S. can really get its forces there. That's not an option with a blockade. It takes time to work. It gives the U.S. time to respond. Now, partly we changed this question a little bit because if we said, could they do it today, the answer would be no. They lack some of the capabilities and training. They don't have the airlift and sea lift they would need to transport invading forces. They don't have the joint training to make all the pieces work together with the delivery, invasion, and support forces. There's a limited logistics ability to support and resupply troops once they're on the island, and there's an uncertain ability of the PLA to deter U.S. intervention and conclude an invasion before the U.S. forces arrive in strength. But that said, if that's the case today, the PLA is working very hard to remedy these capabilities and training gaps, and they'll likely have at least an initial operating capability sometime over the next decade. Their target goal is 2027. I don't know whether they're going to make that precisely, but at a certain point, they will have enough to feel that they can do this, they can execute the campaign. And that's why it's worth thinking about what is the decision calculus. The pros of an invasion: potential for a decisive outcome if the PLA can execute it, possibility of a quick victory if Taiwan collapses, increased chance to do it before the U.S. can respond. However, they have to plan for and prepare for U.S. intervention, and that would make an invasion much harder to do. On the other hand, you can turn that around. If the U.S. does intervene and the PLA wins anyway, that's really a decisive defeat for the United States, and one that'll really change the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific and the shape of regional security. So in that point of view, the potential gains are very high if they can pull it off. The cons, Lonnie talked about a lot: very challenging, lots of moving parts. I think a greater likelihood of U.S. military intervention, and maybe a wider war, maybe an extended conflict, maybe escalation. If it fails, it's obvious, and then you get the tough binary choice that Lonnie talked about. Do you admit defeat, say we taught Taiwan a lesson, and go home and deal with the political consequence? Or do you find a way to try to continue the conflict at a lower level of violence within your capabilities? And he suggests a blockade might be that. But by that point, I've already won the debate because the PRC's already invaded. So just to...
They blockaded first.
They blockaded first. Well, that's a Weasley answer. So just to sum up this position, a blockade done violently, done kinetically, has most of the broader economic, diplomatic, and political costs of an invasion, with a much lower chance of producing a decisive outcome. If Xi Jinping and the CCP do decide they're going to roll the dice on a war of choice to unify Taiwan, I think the prospect of a decisive outcome and the chance of a rapid victory might be more attractive than a potentially inconclusive blockade that goes on and on. And while it goes on and on, the Chinese economy is mobilized for war. It's largely shut down. You've got a lot of people out of work. And so you have economic costs that China's decisions are imposing on itself, and those also increase over time. So the pain on the Chinese mainland also increases. That said, beyond the debate, first, Lonnie is clearly correct. We need to pay a lot more attention to the blockade possibility, and we need to do more to prepare for it, because it is very challenging in some ways for the U.S. military. But beyond that, I think it highlights some of the challenges of net assessment of U.S. and PRC military capabilities. If we're looking at this, can they do all the things they need to do militarily to pull off an invasion? Are our new magical capabilities going to be fielded into the force and stop them? And even if we're confident they're going to be fielded into the force and stop the PLA, does the PLA know that? What is their net assessment? And what's the potential for a war based on a misperception of what the actual military balance is? So there's something to worry about, even if I am right. Lots to worry about if I'm right.
Great. I think, as Phil mentioned, lots to worry about in either scenario. But let me turn the floor to Lonnie for a rebuttal. And I already started making a short list of questions, but I'm sure there will be more questions as we go into the second half of the debate.
Well, it's not so much a rebuttal, because we're in violent agreement here.
I knew I persuaded you.
On this, this issue of the cost to China of doing a blockade, a lot of the discussion around we could easily defeat a blockade, we get statements like that from Ely Ratner and from Admiral Paparo, seem to be premised around the assumption that China doesn't want a war. And yeah, if China is doing a punitive blockade but is not intending to go to war with the United States, then the fact that it would cost them a lot is a serious deterrent. The fact that we could sink their navy at sea and defeat an easy blockade is a deterrent. Deterrence is strong, as Dr. Ratner said this morning. I strongly believe that deterrence is as strong as it can be, both in terms of you are likely to fail, deterrence by denial, and it's going to cost you a lot more than you can achieve, deterrence by punishment. Deterrence is strong. That's if this were easy and cheap, they'd have done it long ago. Where deterrence breaks down, as Bonnie Glaser was saying, is that if they decide they must, despite the cost, despite the operational risk, then they will. And having made that decision, they know it's going to be enormously costly. They know it's going to destroy the Chinese economy, the global economy for decades to come. They know that it's going to be a protracted state of hostility between China and the United States, regardless of the outcome of the conflict in Taiwan. It's not a new Cold War, it's a new hot war lasting a long time. If they go to war, you're not going to further deter them. If they decide they must go to war, you're not going to further deter them by saying, but it's going to cost you a whole lot. They got it. They understand that. So deterrence is working, but deterrence is not enough. I'm trying to get an article published centered around that thesis. And if they've decided to use force to compel unification, they will be pounding the daylights out of Taiwan. There will be no question about it. They're not going to be holding back and refraining from it. I think that was all I had to say.
Before we turn to Phil, could you, we've talked a bit about sort of the more punitive, the more violent blockade. Could you actually sketch it out a little bit for folks who haven't read some of your writings? What that actually involves?
The punitive or
the more violent,
the more kinetic.
Yeah, the more
blockade.
kinetic blockade.
Yeah.
Well, I think that a punitive blockade would still be kinetic. They're still going to be shooting things. But a war to unify Taiwan with the mainland is, first of all, it's going to involve whether or not they decide to invade. So they will, on the achieve maritime superiority, if they've decided not to invade, they'll just go ahead and destroy all the ports, destroy all the airfields, destroy all the communications. If they want to invade, then they'll refrain from attacking some of those facilities because they want to use those facilities. They will also shut down air traffic in and out of Taiwan. And that's relatively easy for them to do given the enormous and extremely sophisticated air defense array that they have along the coastline opposite Taiwan. They have air defense systems that can reach all the way across the island. And U.S. can certainly sneak stealth fighters and stealth bombers through that. You're not going to get cargo jets through that, I guarantee. So there is no cargo coming in by air until and unless we can take down that air defense array. And like I said, that is the biggest and best air defense array anywhere on the planet. And maybe we've got secret weapons that'll take it down. I don't know. But nothing I know of is going to take down that array. So Chinese continue to enjoy air superiority of the island, which means that when they run out of missiles, the PLA Air Force can run up and down and freely and do whatever it wants in Taiwan. So they're continuing to bombard everything in Taiwan with their Air Force after they run out of missiles. And then the information blockade, Taiwan's not going to have any cable communications, either because they do the hard thing of cutting cables underwater, or because they do the easy thing of hitting the easily identified landing point
Fixed
where that
landing
cable
points.
comes ashore. It's one little building, boom, done. Or the even easier thing, most of those cables run through Shanghai anyway, so you go walk up and push a button. Also physically destroying communication mechanisms in China, in Taiwan rather. also destroying the overhead assets that U.S. and Taiwan depend upon for domain awareness. So whether or not they are doing a blockade, are doing an invasion, they'll do all of those things. And then, if they don't do a landing, they'll just keep doing those things for as long as it takes. And U.S. forces, like I said, we can sink all their ships in the Western Pacific. Big deal. That doesn't get cargo into ports. And so either from the outset or after the invasion fails, it's a blockade. And so that is the main battle of this war. It's not the first battle. The first battle is to defeat the landing force, to sink the amphibious fleet. And we can and must win that first battle. But the rest of the war is a blockade. And if we can't win that, then we can't win the war.
Phil?
So I anticipated some of this because I've read Lonnie's article, which I commend to you. And, and I'll start with the point that what he is talking about is a very violent military campaign that is going to involve missile strikes, air strikes, a lot of violence, a lot of things blown up on the island, certainly people killed on the island. That's an attack on Taiwan. And it is likely to trigger the same kind of sanctions, diplomatic pressure, all of those costs that would come along with an invasion. So, you get all of that, all of those higher level political and economic costs if all you're doing is a blockade, because it's a really violent act of war. I think then the question is that decisive? For a blockade to be decisive, it has to cut off enough traffic that that the country just can't survive under those conditions. It's a lot easier to do with an island. That's one of the things the Russians found out is Ukraine has all these land borders and you can't cut them all off. But Taiwan is very, very differently situated, and you've got to get ships through there or you've got to get planes through there. There's no bridge, although they're talking about building a bridge from Xiamen. But so there's the potential for a blockade to be more effective. But the history of it is it just takes way, way, way longer that people put themselves on rations, they eat bitterness, and they're able to last for a lot longer than you would think. And to me, that makes it not such a good outcome. It gives time to mobilize that coalition. I think it would be I am persuaded by this logic that, defeating the blockade is not about sinking Chinese destroyers that are interdicting freighters or tankers. It's going to be that last 10 nautical miles when you're trying to get stuff into port. And that's got to go through a gauntlet of PRC anti-ship cruise missiles. And the only things moving on that water are going to be targets. So I think that's going to be really, really challenging. I don't think that's something we've quite got our head on, although we did a simulation here about 2 years ago where we kind of thought through some of this and was like, boy, this is a lot harder than it seems. And I was persuaded that, and Lonnie went and wrote a great article on it. But I come down to it, if you get to the point where you decide force has to be used, unification has to be achieved, I still think the invasion is the way you're going to go, because a blockade is not fast enough, it's not decisive enough, it amplifies costs rather than reducing them, and at the end of the day, you're not sure it's going to work. And so you've paid all that cost, you haven't got the island, you can keep trying to do it for a while, but indefinitely, and remember, likely the Chinese economy is shut down as well. I just don't see that as a very attractive option for a PRC decision maker. If I'm sitting in the PLA chair, I like a blockade because we can do it. And the invasion is, yeah, we think we can sort of do it, but a lot could go wrong, and a blockade is a much surer thing. But if I'm sitting in Xi Jinping's chair, it doesn't look so good because it's not decisive and it costs too much.
Thank you. Let me start off with a couple of questions before opening it to Q&A from the audience. So one question I had was actually going back to a line, Lonnie, that you mentioned, in which you described what ASD Ely Ratner, the blockade that he outlined as a picket line type of blockade. Could you spell that out a little bit more, and why you've spent your time talking about a much more kinetic blockade versus that type of blockade?
When most people talk about a maritime blockade, what the model they have in their mind is the Cuban Missile Crisis, or the Battle of the Atlantic in World War II, or the British Navy blockading the coast of France in the Napoleonic Wars. That is, you have a force at sea which is intercepting shipping and turning it back or sinking it on the spot. You had German U-boats trying to sink the merchant ships crossing the North Atlantic. And given the relative capabilities of the U.S. and the Chinese Navy, I am quite confident that we would sink their fleet quickly. That if they tried to put destroyers in a picket line out east of Taiwan to stop cargo ships and force them to turn back, those destroyers would be on the bottom of the ocean, not a problem. The U.S. Navy would really enjoy that fight. But that doesn't get the cargo in. After you sink the Chinese Navy and you're able to sail 5,000 miles across the ocean, you still got that last 10 miles into Kaohsiung Port or into New Taipei Port or Taichung Port. And that's around on the west coast of the island, close to China. And the PLA has bombed the daylights out of those ports, so they're not really very functional. They have mined the entrances to those ports, and they're sitting back with whatever they've got left, which is all the short-range stuff they couldn't use in the first month of the battle, but it's still good enough to sink a cargo ship that's maneuvering slowly as it tries to get through the minefield to get into Kaohsiung Harbor. And killing that cargo ship is not hard. Protecting that cargo ship is really, really hard. And so the Blue Force, in order to succeed in this battle, has to, first of all, be ready to fight in a close-in fight with weapons coming at you from many different directions. The U.S. Navy is a lot happier standing back 300 miles and sinking things. Getting in there in tight and fighting that kind of close in, I call it a knife fight, that's different. That requires different weapons, different concept of operations, different ships, different kinds of ships. And then you've got the minefields. You've got to get through that minefield to get into the port. And every time you turn your back, China's got fishing boats and old submarines and whatever else out reseeding that minefield. So you've got to clear mines, and we don't have nearly, not by a factor of 100, enough mine clearing capacity for that task. So that's what I mean by the close-in blockade. The picket line blockade is easy to beat, and when U.S. officials express confidence that we can beat a Chinese blockade, I think that must be what they have in mind. But that doesn't get cargo into port.
I don't want to be too pessimistic here about what the United States can or cannot do. But maybe on one question related to what we were talking about here is, when we look at a very kinetic blockade, this is either for Phil or Lonnie, as we look at the escalation dynamics, are we sure that a kinetic blockade would not automatically lead to an invasion as we see escalation on both sides? Because we've been talking about as if China can maintain a kinetic blockade without that going into a larger war. What is your assessment in which escalation on the U.S. end or Taiwan's end could make this a kinetic blockade into an actual invasion?
So this is probably the point where I should have said earlier where these are my own personal views, not those of the Department of Defense, and certainly not those of the Navy or the Air Force. So part of it is what's happening on the oceans and in the airspace. And if there are active fighting going on, the Chinese will lose a lot of ships and planes, the U.S. will lose ships and planes. And we will look at the things on the mainland that are controlling them, the surface-to-air missiles, which are probably one of the biggest threats we're facing, cruise missiles, which are one of the biggest threats, and say, we can't let those things stay up and operate. We've got to go out after the radars that target them, the command and control systems, and the systems themselves. And that gets you pretty quickly into mainland strikes. So what might have seemed, again, if you're thinking a Cuban Missile Crisis kind of blockade where it's all happening off the island, I think the incentives pretty quickly are to translate into a war that has strikes going on in the mainland. That's escalatory. And does the PRC feel a political need then to find ways to strike against U.S. targets or U.S. territories, or Japan, which is probably enabling some of this or hosting some of this stuff? They don't have a lot of conventional strike capability against CONUS now, but if we're talking out 5 or 10 years, there probably is some. And let's say they do that, or they use special operations forces or some way to strike back just for the political reasons that we are striking their homeland and they feel the need to strike back. Well, now that's an escalation conflict. Does that bring NATO in? It's an attack on U.S. territory. So I think you have those kinds of escalation potential. It's also worth remembering that Taiwan has offensive capabilities of its own. They have ballistic missiles, they have cruise missiles, and they have aircraft, all of which are capable of striking the mainland. And it may well be the case, depending on what's going on the island in terms of strikes, that they feel the need politically to retaliate for that. And so it might be Taiwan that fires the first shot at the mainland. Does that create an escalatory dynamic? So it's not necessarily clear that if it starts out as a low-level blockade, it's going to stay that way, or if it starts out as a kinetic blockade, that it's not going to escalate into exchanges of airstrikes and missile strikes, whether it's the PRC that initiates that, whether it's Taiwan that initiates it, or whether it's the U.S. that initiates it for operational necessity for the operational fight. So I think there is significant escalation potential, even if it is just a blockade.
I understood your question to be slightly different. I understood you be asking if they start off on a course of action which is focused on the blockade, at some point, will they do an invasion just because it becomes a good opportunity to do so, as opposed to starting out with that intention? No? Okay.
I think my question was more of whether the escalation dynamics would force them to do so, even though that was not their original intention.
I'm not sure the escalation dynamics would force them to do so, but I do think that as the blockade drags on, it becomes easier and easier for the Chinese to mount an invasion if they haven't done one yet. And so at some point, unless we can break the blockade, at some point the PLA is on Taiwan and in control. And different issue, alluded to earlier, if we fight and lose a war over Taiwan, it's not good for our political situation in the world. Nobody is going to feel very confident about a U.S. security guarantees after we have just failed to stop a client state from being invaded, occupied, and conquered, despite everything we could throw at it militarily. I think we should, if we are willing to get into that war in the first place, we must win it, or else we have destroyed our own place in the world.
Okay, with that, let me open up for for questions from the audience. So I see two here, and then we'll go over there in a second. So these two here. You'll need to use it for the online audience.
Check. Here we go.
Thank you.
Hey, my name's Brian, and forgive me, I'm a recovering Marine Corps officer who spent some time in the Pacific. I'll be honest in my cards here. I do kind of see the invasions more likely. I think when you look at Taiwan specifically, a blockade makes sense, but when you expand that aperture about 100 miles, you start looking at the Senkakus, and it just makes sense from a military's perspective. You need to control it all. And I don't think you can really do that effectively with the blockade. But ultimately, what I think it comes down to is kind of Clausewitz's conception of the value of the object. And so my question to both of you is, are you like, where does Xi Jinping's will fall into this? His will to win, his will to take Taiwan? And how does that change your answer, or does that bolster it?
Hi, I'm Morgan. Nice to meet you. So I have a question about the Chinese military capabilities. So I've been to Taiwan talking about like different think tanks and policymakers there. And one thing that they kept telling me is that some people may underestimate the Chinese military, thinking that because China did not participate in a battle since a long time ago, the infantry may just not be trained enough. And I was wondering what you would think about it. And also, we did not mention Okinawa so far, so I was wondering if there is any issue in Taiwan, what will happen, what's the first response from Okinawa bases? Thank you.
On will to win, this whole discussion is premised on the Chinese have decided they must use military force against Taiwan because it's the only avenue left to achieve unification, that nothing else is possible. So if they decide that, the will to win is baked into that consideration. They are risking everything they care about by starting this war. And either they have to turn an operational defeat into a strategic victory somehow with their own people, or they have to keep fighting. And that's what I worry about. On Okinawa, yes, U.S. can't fight this war without using the bases in Japan, especially the bases at Okinawa. China's going to pound the daylights out of Okinawa. And a lot of Japanese people are going to die in the process. Even if Japan doesn't directly enter the war on the U.S. side, a lot of Japanese people are going to be killed.
I'll tackle that. So we heard Bonnie in the previous session, talk a little bit about is it possible that Xi Jinping would be forced into this? And I agree with her answer that I don't think it's possible that he will be forced into it. He's been careful not to sort of formally set up unification as a critical goal. Some PLA officers, some pundits have tried to bait him into that circumstance, and I think he's been careful to preserve a degree of ambiguity, just like Jiang Zemin was persuaded it was a bad idea to set a deadline or a timeline for unification. So I don't think it's something he gets trapped into by domestic politics or pressured by Chinese nationalists. The party has a lot of ability to control the agenda and stop themselves from finding themselves in that position, not least by toggling between the goals of deterring independence, which is formal independence, which is pretty easy to do, versus emphasizing achieving unification, which is a much harder goal. Now, is he dead set on doing this at any cost? That starts to be a leader who's no longer a rational actor, who's prepared to sacrifice anything for it. That's not the picture I have of Xi Jinping, that he seems to calculate what is it he wants and what is the way to get there, to be more aggressive, to be more assertive, to be more risk acceptant than some previous PRC leaders, but not to be irrational. And then with just respect to the other side of the military capabilities, so I refer you to Crossing the Strait, which goes on in great detail, and also the DoD reports on China military power, which have pretty good updated information on this. The lack of combat experience, the Chinese say that's a problem for them, but I don't think it's a problem that would stop them from doing this if they felt they had to do it. And they're trying to get that by substituting other kinds of experience, much more realistic training, setting up their own equivalent of the National Training Center where brigades go in and compete against an opposition force that is very well trained. So yes, they don't have that combat experience, and yes, there are lessons you only learn from combat, but I don't know that that's sufficient to stop them. And they do study what others do, and they've studied what Russia and Ukraine have done very, very carefully and tried to derive lessons from that.
Great, thank you. We're actually going to get some questions from our online audience first.
Yeah, so one of our questions here is about horizontal escalation. And in both scenarios, whether it's a blockade or an invasion, what's the likelihood or what's Beijing's thinking about this escalating to something around the Senkakus in the East China Sea or in the South China Sea or potentially even other areas?
The Chinese talk a lot about what they call chain reaction warfare. Their expectation that if they get embroiled in a conflict anywhere around their periphery, then all of their other conflicts are going to flare up at the same time. So they expect that the Vietnamese will try to take advantage of a Taiwan conflict to expand control in the South China Sea. They expect that Uyghur separatists in Xinjiang will make a move if China's busy with Taiwan. So it's not so much that they will be seeking to either deliberately escalate or to prevent horizontal escalation. They just take that as a given.
That's all correct. There are choices that they will have to make, though. If they're trying to prevent the U.S. military from intervening, so do you strike Okinawa? Yes. Do you strike bases on Japan? Yes. Do you strike Guam? Yes. Do you strike other things that you could strike? Well, that's already escalating the conflict pretty broadly horizontally. And that's not what they want. Ideally, they want to keep this as localized and focused as possible, but it just may not be possible given the likelihood of U.S. intervention and the things they would want to do to do that. And if the U.S. is looking at attacking from other vectors, then if you're the Chinese, do you try to preempt it politically first, certainly. But if that doesn't work, do you start doing military strikes against the Philippines or Australia or other places? It's a really unattractive position to be in. And Lonnie is right that they do worry about that, expect it, and plan for it. But nevertheless, the reality is every bit it expands horizontally increases the costs and risks for them and makes it look, like less and less of a good idea to have started this thing in the first place.
Okay, we'll take more from the room. So let me do 3 at a time this time, and then we'll get whoever is remaining. So here first, and then those 2 in the middle.
Hello, Jessica Taylor. I am a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council and doing my PhD at Princeton. It's focused on East Asia security. But before that, I was on U.S. Forces Korea staff as a geopolitical strategist, and I'm a recovering Air Force logistics officer. So my questions come my question comes from that angle. And Lonnie, I very much appreciate all your discussion about logistics and making sure we can get material in. But as you kind of alluded to, I think, in some of the other questions, I'm curious of what you all think about what this would look like from a U.S. participation and cooperation with allies and partners, since we don't have a NATO-type agreement. And I really think about that with South Korea and some of the different options we would have if we were to have a conflict across the strait. So I'm just curious of what you think that architecture would look like.
So my name is John. I'm a student here at the Elliott School. How certain are we to say that the U.S. will step in case a war over Taiwan did happen? And also, to what extent is the war going to be? Is it going to be a limited proxy war just over the Taiwan Strait, or is it going to be a total war between the U.S. and China?
Hello, my name is Lawrence Freeman. I'm a political economic analyst for Africa, and I support the work of China and the BRI in Africa quite a bit. My question is, Dr. Saunders, you mentioned that a militarized a war economy would cause massive problems for China, unemployment, et cetera. But isn't the experience on the Roosevelt in the United States exactly the opposite? The military economy built up, put people back to work who hadn't had jobs. It actually produced growth in terms of new technologies and manufacturing. So I'm not sure your calculus there is correct. Also, you mentioned that the possibility of NATO coming in because the United States is a member of NATO. That's a real dramatic expansion of NATO to move into a whole other area of the world. And if that is the thinking that some people are talking about in the US and the West, doesn't that confirm the narrative of Russia and China that this is where NATO is heading? And doesn't it help them in their propaganda for the United States that they're talking about NATO in the Southeast? So those are my questions.
So as regards South Korea and the rest of the regional architecture, I think that South Korea will stay out of this war completely, and that they will not allow U.S. forces to conduct combat operations from Korean soil against Chinese forces. Some American planners are more optimistic about that, but I think it's absolutely a non-starter. The Koreans they pride themselves on a long history of successfully managing the China problem, which has always been there for them. And they hate the Japanese so badly. Now, the Japanese will be in this war, whether, as I said, whether they're active participants or not, they're in the war. And I think they will be active participants. But, and then you look at Southeast Asia, nobody wants to be China's enemy. Even those that are very likely to be seen as China's enemy, like Vietnam. But the closer you get to China, the more conscious you are that whatever else happens, China's always going to be real big and real close. And you don't want to be China's long-term enemy. So I think everyone else in the region, except possibly Australia, will be trying to stay out of this fight. And then you get to the question of the Philippines. I don't think China would hesitate to explain to the Filipinos in kinetic terms how bad an idea it is to let U.S. conduct combat operations from Philippine soil. And I think that I think it'd be pretty easy to get the Philippines out of this fight if they were ever willing to get into it in the first place. Would the U.S. definitely step in? Political question, I think yes.
Okay. Well, Jess has teed me up to cite previous work. In fact, we did a joint research project with our friends at the Korean Institutes for Defense Analyses, and the results are published in the Korean Journal of Defense Analysis that asked precisely this question: what would the U.S. expect or ask of South Korea in the event of a war with China over Taiwan, and what would their response be? And I basically agree with Lonnie's points that I don't think we would ask for nor expect to get the ability to fly strike missions off the peninsula. But there's a lot of other things that South Korea could do and that we would expect it to do, including political and diplomatic support, including participation in sanctions, possible sharing of intelligence data, backfilling U.S. forces that deploy off the peninsula. And I think here in particular, missile defenses would be in high demand, and it's going to be hard to keep them on the peninsula just in case of North Korean missile strikes, when they could go to Japan or Okinawa and defend against real, actual Chinese missile strikes. One of the other things that kind of came out as we thought about this is there will be broader effects on international shipping and international commerce. And both Japan and South Korea are dependent on imported oil and gas. They are dependent on container trade. They are dependent on chips. So actually they're very similarly situated, and there might be considerable scope for cooperation. Let's say if tankers are being routed way around Taiwan but still need to come that last 100 nautical miles into ports in Busan or in Japan, that I think would be a scope, an area for cooperation between Japan, South Korea, and the United States. It's worth thinking about that because we can imagine it happening in a blockade scenario or an extended conflict or a bunch of things like that. So that's the first question. U.S. intervention is a political question. That'll be the president's decision. I think China hopes to keep us out, but they plan on us being in. And what that would look like is just hard to say. Professor Friedman, so you're giving sort of the example of World War II. I would say it's a very different economic circumstance where the U.S. suffered from overcapacity and inadequate demand, and it was the mobilization for war that made up for that demand. Obviously, it converted from civilian to military, but we were still coming out of the Great Depression. So that's a very different economic circumstance. As I look to what it would look like for China, so first of all, they are mobilizing from civilian production to wartime production. The Army is taking control of transport and the trains. So there's a lot of negative impact on the economy for that. Second, they are much more dependent on imports. Obviously, oil and gas are one of those things. Foodstuffs are part of those things. There's various other components that are also important that they're dependent on. Some of that can go by land. Most of it travels right now by sea. And you can't really make up for the loss of the sea routes with land transport, even if it's over Belt and Road roads and train lines. So I think the economic costs of a long war for China are very large, and they mount over time, especially if there is a significant cutoff of shipping lanes. Plus economic sanctions, and that's sanctions on both critical imports coming into China, and you can bet it will target the things that they need most, and on exports from China. So I think, very, very significant economic costs, and I don't think mobilizing for the war economy gets them out of it. The NATO point was a little bit puckish, but I happened to play red in a war game, and we happened to be a little bit upset that the U.S. forces were striking our homeland territory, and we found a way to strike back. And then immediately the blue team started talking about, well, that's a physical attack on the United States. Now we can invoke Article 5 with NATO. So I don't want to make too much of that. I don't really think it is all that likely. But it did happen. This is one of the things you do a war game. Things happen that you didn't expect. And I, as playing red, did not expect that they were going to try to get NATO into the fight, but that's what the blue team did. So I just wanted to throw that out as one of those mini lessons you get from war games where players do things that you never would have thought of, and then you say, well, maybe.
So I have to apologize to the person that we didn't get to. My team warned me about 4 minutes ago we were 2 minutes from, so we're already running a bit over. But I think we will have 15 minutes of a break so you can come up and ask your question. I do want to make sure we have 1 more minute to do a poll to see if your views on this topic has changed after this debate. We'll give folks a minute to do this. Well, that's like one person voting so far. So for those who just joined us, to participate in this poll, you scan it, it's a QR code, and then you can select it, or you can go to the URL, which is pollev.com/China Power. Okay, I think we can probably give it 30 more seconds, but wow.
I think we should cut off the polls right now. No need for a recount.
Okay, well, it seems like both of our experts debated very well. The playing field has leveled a bit since we've started, and I think that basically presents us the very tough question of needing to prepare to defeat both APL invasion, various types of invasion. The various types of blockade as well as invasion. So at least Lonnie outlined at least 4 different scenarios, and I think of different types of blockade. And then Phil also outlined the importance of invasion, but also how the intersection between how a blockade could further escalate. So I think our defense community really has a lot to plan for. And as both of them have said, particularly on the blockade side, that's something that we're very lacking right now. So thank you both for joining us. Please give them a round of applause. So we will reconvene at 3 p.m. Our longest debate, and we're only going to have 5 minutes of break after this debate between the next one. But this debate is on the proposition that the United States and China are locked in a new Cold War. Not a new debate topic, one that actually has been debated quite a bit in DC, including in Brookings recently. But I thought what makes this debate unique is that we have a leading political scientist arguing for one position and a leading historian arguing for another. So we'll see the extent to which not only different perspectives on this debate, but different backgrounds in terms of understanding the Cold War, how that might inject a little bit more of a little bit more different dimensions into this debate. So I'm not going to unpack this debate topic very much because this is a very well-known debate topic. And I'm going to go directly to the voting, and I will introduce our speakers in the meantime. Again, this is the same poll as before, same type of poll as before. You can vote via the QR code, or you can vote via the URL, which is pollev.com/China Power. We have folks both voting in person here as well as online. So we'll just give a second for that poll to finalize. While we're doing that, let me introduce our two debaters. To my left immediately, arguing for this proposition that the United States and China are locked in a Cold War, is Dr. Michael Beckley. He is the director of the Asia program at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. He is also an associate professor of political science at Tufts University and a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Michael is an expert on the balance of power between the U.S. and China and has previously worked at the Department of Defense, the RAND Corporation, and the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and continues to advise offices within the U.S. intelligence community as well as the Department of Defense. Arguing against this proposition is Professor Arnie Westad. He is a professor at the Jackson School of Global Affairs at Yale University. He is a prominent Cold War historian with focusing much of his time on, of course, China-Russia relations and the Chinese Communist Party. In addition to teaching at Yale and Harvard, he has also taught at the London School of Economics. He is a fellow of the British Academy and of several other national academies. I also recently learned, Arnie, from your students that you speak 7 languages?
On a good day.
On a good day. Fluent, including Chinese, Russian, among the more difficult languages. But let me now turn back to the poll to see what we are seeing. So for this poll, we are seeing about 59% of the respondents agree that the United States and China are locked in a new Cold War, and about 41% disagree. So it's relatively even compared to some of the other polls we saw earlier today. But thank you again for Michael and Arnie for joining us, and let me turn the floor to Michael, who will first argue for the proposition.
Great, thanks so much. That probably helps. Great. Now, can you hear me? Yeah, I've been a long-time listener of these debates, but a first-time debater, so it's really an honor and a privilege to be here. I'll just, in the opening statement, I'll just make 2 points. First, why I think we can call this a Cold War, and then second, why I think the two countries are locked in a Cold War. I don't really like that phrase, locked, but I do think the two countries basically are it's unlikely they're going to be able to talk their way out of this. So on the first point, why I think it's a Cold War, I mean, if you just look in a dictionary about what a Cold War is, it'll say something like a conflict of interest waged with all measures short of war, and that seems to me to fit the U.S. China relationship pretty well. In my mind, it's not a misunderstanding. In fact, I think the problem is that the two countries understand each other very well, and they dislike what they see for logical reasons. It's a genuine clash of interests. And the sides they're not going to agree to disagree on this. Instead, they're going to grind each other down with every weapon short of war, sanctions, espionage, military threats, shows of force. Neither side wants a hot war, but neither side is willing to take the use of force off the table. So we're stuck in this very tense situation. And I want to point out that Cold Wars are not just common, I think they're actually the historical norm for how world politics actually works. The only reason we have this visceral reaction to an idea of a Cold War is we've just all gotten so used to living in a post-Cold War world over the last 30 or so years. But if you look at history, it's littered with Cold Wars. Athens and Sparta waged a Cold War when they weren't fighting hot wars against each other. I think you could say the same between Britain and Germany prior to World War I, or the US and Japan prior to World War II. There's also lots of regional Cold Wars, whether it's India and Pakistan just going at each other, or North and South Korea, Greece and Turkey. You have these situations where two countries have just singled each other out for intense security competition. And political scientists have studied this, and they found that even though these kind of relationships only make up about 1% of the international relationships in the world, they account for something like 80% of the conflict that we see. So it really drives history forward. Now, of course, there was the Cold War, and I don't think the U.S. China rivalry is a carbon copy of the Cold War, but you do have a conflict of interest in two sides that are willing and able to struggle to try to come out on top. So in the U.S. China case, you know, the Chinese always talk about win-win outcomes. I got to be honest, I'm not seeing a lot of win-win here. I think most of the major issues are pretty win-lose to me at the end of the day. I mean, something like Taiwan can be governed from Taipei or Beijing. The United States might be okay kicking the can down the road indefinitely, but I don't think the Chinese are cool with that. The East China Seas and South China Seas, those can be international waters, or parts of them can become essentially Chinese territory. Russia can be propped up or ground down. Democracy can be spread or curtailed. And if you look at something like America's alliances in East Asia, you know, for the United States, those were a force for stability. But from a Chinese perspective, it's just hostile encirclement. And I think both governments are essentially correct in their calculations about those. Even transnational issues have become infused with zero-sum dynamics. I used to ask my students, if aliens came to Earth and they were here to kill us all, would the United States and China band together to fight off the aliens? And I think we basically had a test case of this over the last few years. I mean, you know, instead of banding together to fight COVID, you had the United States and China pointing fingers and hoarding supplies, and China still won't admit that COVID came from its shores. So, you know, when the aliens do come, I have no doubt that we're all screwed and that each side will blame the fiasco on each other's Cold War mentality. So there's clearly a clash of interests going on, and I'll actually go one step further. I actually think the U.S. China rivalry is a struggle to promote different ways of international life. So the two rivals hold divergent visions about how the world should work and how governments should relate to their people. So from my perspective, it looks like the CCP wants a world in which supposedly ancient autocratic civilizations really have a free hand to run things within their own sphere of influence, whereas the United States wants to break up those old empires permanently by protecting weaker nations, whether it's Taiwan or Ukraine, so they're not just gobbled up by revanchist empires, and then integrating those into an open trade order. The CCP touts the benefits of a hierarchical, well-ordered society that's governed in perpetuity by wise strongmen. You have the leaders who are like the parents and the people that are like the children, and the children need to obey, and that leads to a more harmonious system. You know, Americans are generally averse to those kind of concentrations of power, and I think the American system, in fact, the American creed is almost directed exactly at breaking that kind of concentration of power up. So I think there are ideological differences that color how each country sees the world, with whom and how they're going to partner with other countries. And so all I'm trying to say is the two countries clearly have a conflict of interest. They have beef with each other. And then the second element of the Cold War is that they have the will and the capacity right now to coerce the crap out of each other. So they're competing in every single domain of geopolitics. They're beefing up their military forces. They're conducting shows of force. You know, we've got the largest war in Europe going on right now since World War II, but if you go to the Pentagon and you ask them what the pacing threat is, they'll say China, China, China. I think that tells you a lot about the priorities going on here. They're slapping tariffs on each other, you know, investment restrictions. They're both seeking self-reliance and technological primacy, forming alliances, blocs, if you will, against each other. You know, I still don't know what the United States ultimately will call this lattice work or the variable geometry. We really need to work on our PR. I'm hoping for the Northeast Asian Treaty Organization, just because it would be NATO as the acronym, but there's clearly a U.S. coalition that's being built here. And then on the Chinese side, you know, you have the no limits bromance with Putin. You have the alliance with North Korea, Cuba, Iran. My good friend and colleague Hal Brands is actually writing a book right now. He calls this the Eurasian fortress, and he's showing how all of these countries are increasingly supporting each other and acting more and more like allies, and that to me looks very much like a Cold War style bloc. Finally, you have, I think, increasing political warfare. And the Chinese will say, the Americans have always done this. They've always tried to give us the John Foster Dulles treatment of peacefully evolving us out of our monopoly on power through NGOs and pesky journalists and human rights activists, plus the CIA, the NSA, et cetera. But China also is, spending billions of dollars every year on an anti-democratic toolkit with a massive hacking campaign and overseas police stations and bribes for politicians and online trolls. Like I don't know if there are comments available on this debate, but I shudder to read what's going to be flooding into those comments. So the bottom line is, whether we think it's a Cold War, it just looks like the United States and China are acting like it's a Cold War, and they're throwing themselves into this. The United States talks about a whole of government or a whole of society approach, and we need not just a long telegram, but an even longer telegram to win this thing. And actually, it's ironic that Professor Westad, I think, has the best claim to be considered the Kennan of this Cold War with his Foreign Affairs article, The Sources of Chinese Conduct. And obviously, the Chinese are doing something similar. I look at something like civil-military fusion, and I think it's extremely significant, because a key aspect of the post-Cold War world that we've been living in is that countries would separate geopolitics from economics, guns and butter, such that there would never be a question that if you have a trade dispute with another country, that you might actually come to blows in an actual shooting war. And you saw this, with the United States and Japan in the 80s, where yes, they had this fierce commercial rivalry, yes, there were some hyperbolic books, et cetera, but I don't think people in the Pentagon were saying, Japan, 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 like we're gonna actually fight a war if we don't get through with the Plaza Accords. Whereas China today is literally fusing guns with butter. If you just read Xi Jinping's comprehensive security concept, everything is a matter of national security at this point. A trade war is not just an economic dispute. It's an assault on China's comprehensive national power and a possible prelude to a shooting war. And so everything, economics, tech, human rights, those are all just adjuncts to geopolitical struggle. The Chinese, they're even taking the pandas back from DC, Meixiang, Tiantian, even the baby. I love those pandas, and they're not going to be here after December. So, point number one is, if this isn't a Cold War, I honestly don't know what a Cold War is. Point number two, and my last point, is just why I think they are locked in a Cold War. I just think it's going to last a long time, probably until one side runs out of gas and has to drastically scale back its ambitions. And there's four reasons why I think it's going to last. One is that's just what Cold Wars do. So we political scientists will always create a database. It may not be good, but we have a database, and they've found that on average these enduring rivalries last for about 50 years and really only end when one side loses the ability to compete, or if the two sides find some common threat that they will ally against. So the Cold War actually had examples of both of those. You had the U.S. and China pause their rivalry to gang up on the Soviets, and then that conflict only ends when the Soviets sputter into stagnation. So today there's no common foe that I'm aware of that's going to unite the United States and China, and so I just think that means we're going to have to wait until one side sort of runs out of gas before you're really going to get a sustained diplomatic breakthrough. You might get some brief periods of détente, but again, the historical record, as I read it, suggests that détentes generally don't last. They're sort of like ceasefires in the context of a civil war, where each side sort of uses it to regroup and reload for the next round of competition. The United States and the Soviet Union had a détente, but it meant different things to each side. The Americans thought, hey, we've locked in the status quo. And the Soviets thought, we've been recognized as a superpower, and the Americans will now respect us, including our right to spread revolution. And events almost immediately revealed those clashing interpretations. The Yom Kippur War, the conflict in Angola, obviously the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and then these horrifying nuclear crises. The more I read about these 80s nuclear crises, the more I can't believe we're all still here. So first of all, Cold Wars have historically lasted a very long time. The second point I'd make is just, I think U.S. China, the conflict of interests is entrenched. Each side's interests are rooted in each country's history and geography and its regime type, and so that means they can't just be traded away in some kind of backroom deal between Jake Sullivan and Wang Yi or whatever Chinese diplomat hasn't been disappeared yet. And so China's interests, I think in this case, have been ingrained by two events, the century of humiliation, where China gets ripped apart by imperialist powers, and then the democratic revolutions in 1989 that toppled communist regimes and almost unseated China's. And I think the lesson that the CCP draws from those is we can never let China be bullied or divided again, and that in turn requires that we relentlessly amass wealth and power, we expand our territorial control, and we rule our country with an iron fist. And you see these kind of rationales in Chinese documents, this idea that as a late economic bloomer, we have to use mercantilist methods to climb up value chains to catch up to the West. We're surrounded by 19 countries, so we have to carve out a broad security perimeter that includes Taiwan, swaths of the East and South China Seas, Austria-sized chunks of India, and expansion is also a political imperative. I think the CCP justifies its autocratic rule in part by basically saying we're going to make China whole again. We're going to recover lost territories that were unjustifiably ripped away from us. Backing down now would mean surrendering that mission and making it harder for the CCP to use anti-foreign nationalism as a source of legitimacy. And so I just don't see Xi Jinping being likely to give any of this up. I mean, he explicitly told H.R. McMaster, we won't give up a single inch of the territory left behind by our ancestors. Now, American interests, I think, are less entrenched, but I still think they're too rigid for a quick compromise. I know many Americans would just love to avoid foreign entanglements, and some believe that can be accomplished just through retrenchment. But I think, at least the foreign policy establishment, there's a sort of a belief that the chief lesson of the 20th century is that powerful tyrannies can and should be contained early before they've had a chance to overrun their regions, and that in order to do that, you have to maintain strong alliances in peacetime. So, just the basic conventional wisdom. We didn't stay in Eurasia after World War I, we got World War II. We did stay there after World War II, and we not only won the Cold War, but it ends with David Hasselhoff singing on the Berlin Wall in a piano key necktie as the thing is about to come tumbling down. It's like the most American victory you can possibly imagine. So, we can debate whether that narrative is correct, but I think the point is that American policymakers generally believe it, this idea that the existing order serves U.S. interests overall, and so when they see China trying to redraw the map of East Asia, backing Putin, they see not just policy disagreements, but really an attack on the order that they believe really undergirds American security. So that's the second reason I think it's going to last. The third is what political scientists call the credible commitment problem, which basically just means it's hard for either side to make concessions without exposing itself to further exploitation. So if China were to ease off of Taiwan, they would have to worry that the island might start drifting closer towards independence. But if the United States stops arming Taiwan, the military balance may shift in Beijing's favor and make an invasion or a blockade or something more likely. If China abandons its industrial policies and does what the United States wants it to do, it might cede technological primacy to the United States. But if the United States tolerates Chinese mercantilism, it may hollow out more of the American economy, destroy whatever's left of an open trade order. You could say the same thing. Why does the CCP prop up autocracies? Can it really afford to withdraw its support from Putin or other autocracies and risk a wave of popular revolutions as occurred in '89 and the early 2000s that could inspire liberal activists at home? The United States has similar ideological fears. So the point is just that resolving conflict isn't just about talking to each other. It's not just about guardrails. It's about how do you forge a durable settlement. And that's just really hard to do because concessions that are big enough to reassure the other side are also likely to give that side a big strategic advantage. And it's really hard for either side to convince the other that they wouldn't just immediately seize on that strategic advantage. The very last thing I'll say very briefly is just, the last reason I'm pessimistic is just, I look at the history of engagement between the two countries, and it seems to me, even at the peak of friendly U.S. China ties, there was tremendous strategic distrust and competition bubbling under the surface. So, the United States made overtures to China in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s that I think would be unthinkable today. Fast-tracking China's integration into the WTO and transferring weapons to China's military and tech to Chinese firms and quietly encouraging the Taiwanese to maybe think about peaceful reunification and downplaying human rights abuses. But we now know from lots of scholarship, including amazing documents being translated at CSIS and other places, that top Chinese leaders repeatedly interpreted American overtures as often insincere or even threatening. And this was really as good as it got. And so I doubt that the more limited kind of concessions that could be made today would really have much more success. And there's many examples. I'll just give one very brief one, and then I'll turn things over to Professor Wested. But in 1998, which to me is sort of like peak engagement, you have Clinton going to Beijing and to cement the engagement policy, and that obviously included granting China a most favored nation trading status without all the human rights standards you would require of a non-market economy. And then to sweeten the deal on Chinese soil, Clinton becomes the first US president to publicly articulate the 3 no's on Taiwan. So no independence, no 2 Chinas, no membership in international organizations. But we now know from Chinese documents that a few months later, Jiang Zemin gave this internal speech to basically the CCP foreign policy bureaucracy, and he said that Washington's so-called engagement policy has the same aim as a containment policy, to try with ulterior motives to change our country's socialist system. It's a political plot to westernize and divide our country and attempt to overwhelm us and put us down. He later goes on in the speech to say, from now on, and for a relatively long period of time, the United States will be our main diplomatic adversary. And when you just think about it from Beijing's perspective, I think it's understandable, because yes, access to American tech and markets is lovely, but the United States has a big, powerful, scary military, and it's right in China's backyard. It has an army of NGOs and journalists meddling in China's internal affairs, and American policymakers repeatedly said the purpose of the engagement policy was to liberalize China, which basically means putting the CCP, or at least ending its monopoly on power. And so, the CCP doesn't want to self-liquidate. If you look at the curriculum of the party school, I think the top lesson seems to be about how to avoid a Soviet-style collapse, which is blamed on stupid Gorbachev going soft on dissidents at home and going soft on the West abroad. So even in the best of times, you had deep distrust. And so I just think we have to ask ourselves, is Xi Jinping softer than Jiang Zemin? Would a second Biden or Trump administration be softer on China than Clinton? I think the answer is clearly no, which means that unfortunately the United States and China are locked in a new Cold War. It's not the end of the world, but it's not the wonderful globalization, one world, one dream that we've enjoyed for the last 30 years. So have a nice day. Thank you very much, and I look forward to turning it over to Professor Wested.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Bonnie. Also, thank you for inviting me here. So the question is about whether the United States and China are locked in a new Cold War. And I think the real problem we had with that discussion, and some of this came out in Mike's statement, not that I disagree with everything you said, I probably even agree with the majority of it. But the problem is that we end up in an incredible conceptual confusion about what we can learn from history when we identify what is happening before us now as a new Cold War. Because it isn't just any Cold War. I mean, you can take that concept and you can stretch it so that it really becomes any conflict, right? What we are thinking about is the US-Soviet Cold War. That's what everyone has in mind when we are thinking about the parallels that we can draw with the US-China relationship today. And that's what I'm going to be arguing against. I should also say, before getting into the substance on this, that one point where I do disagree with Mike and disagree with a number of the political scientists of different persuasions who have worked on this, is that Cold Wars are a normal or habitual part of international systems. When Cold Wars of the kind that we saw in the US-Soviet Cold War, a bipolar Cold War system on a global scale, global here meaning the known world, are actually very rare. And they almost always end in cataclysmic war. Right? There aren't many of them. I mean, for those of you who study Chinese history here, think about the Song and the Liao. I mean, that could be seen in a way as a lasting Cold War, which ended, interestingly enough, with the two exhausting themselves, and neither of them taking over the known world. They were both defeated by outside forces. You can think about England and Spain, in the late 16th, early 17th century. Other than that, there are trends, I think, in a broad direction that make international systems either unipolar or multipolar. And I think it's very important to bear that in mind. History doesn't repeat itself automatically based on what the last great international system was. Very often it comes out, as we saw after 1945, we saw after 1918, in very different ways from what the immediate past seemed to point in the direction of. I would postulate that that's what we are seeing now. This is not in any way, of course, saying that there isn't a serious conflict between the United States and China, and that there is a conflict that could end in much worse ways than what the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union ended in. And it's important to bear that in mind. But if these kinds of terms are going to have any meaning for us, particularly in policy-making terms, when we try to figure out what we're going to do with this problem, then we have to be a little bit clearer, in my view, of what kind of animal we're looking at, rather than saying, well, this is another Cold War because the US-Soviet conflict ended up being a 70-year Cold War. So what are the differences? Now, to me, one big difference is that this conflict, this rivalry between the United States and China, is not ideological in the same global sense as the Cold War, and now I'll be using the Cold War as shorthand for the US-Soviet Cold War, was during its heyday. I'm not denying that there are different ideas. I think Mike is entirely right when he is saying that on the Chinese side, the preference is towards autocracy. On the US side, it is towards democracy. But China is not out to do what the Soviet Union wanted to do, which is to revise the global international system in the direction of a very distinct, specific Marxist-Leninist ideology. In other words, postulating that the world can only be saved long-term if it becomes like the Soviet Union. That's not the Chinese agenda, at least not now. China is a communist dictatorship, but a very different communist dictatorship than the Soviet Union was. It's much more interest-based. It's much more oriented towards nationalism rather than internationalism. It's oriented towards getting more for China. And it's been pretty good at doing so, and will continue to be pretty good at doing so. Does it want to overturn the global system in terms of how it works, the global markets, the international framework that has been set up? I don't think so, at least not at this point. But it wants more for China within it. Second point. China is a part of the global market economy and has been now for almost a generation. It doesn't have the same economic structure as home that the United States has, but then that's not true for Germany or for Sweden either. Right? They're very different versions of markets, very different versions of capitalism. Now, I'm not saying this because I believe in some kind of market-oriented peace. I mean, the idea that if countries trade with each other, or if they interact in terms of investments more than what's the case during the Cold War, that would preserve the peace, or indeed made interactions more peaceful. In many ways, if we look at historical evidence, it is the opposite. It makes the situation more difficult to handle. And I think this is one of those cases where I'm really the bearer of bad news. Maybe you Mike, ended on a point which could keep people up at night. But this sort of goes a little bit in the same direction, right? Because the interaction and interactivity, integration that exists now in terms of global markets, does not make the conflict between the United States and China easier to conduct or easier to resolve. The Soviet Union self-isolated. And a lot of people that I meet in this town and elsewhere now believe that that's what China is going to do. No chance. It's not going to happen, right? In part because the Chinese leadership have learned from the Cold War how the Soviet Union was defeated in part by its own hands, right? But also because they know where power and influence in today's world lies, and they will compete relentlessly with regard to that. So that's the second difference. And then the third difference, also problematic, is that this rivalry, this conflict, will be centered on one region, Eastern Asia. And it's less likely, at least at the beginning of this competition, to globalize. Now, some people then say, well, didn't the Cold War also start in Europe and then move elsewhere? And as some of you will know from what I've written, I would broadly speaking agree with that. But it globalized pretty fast. A few years afterwards, there was a war in Korea. There were different other kinds of wars going on a global scale. I don't think that is going to happen in this conflict, at least not to begin with. I don't think the United States and China in a few years' time will fight proxy wars in Ethiopia or in Angola. mean, that's not how this conflict works. Again, does this make it easier to handle? Not necessarily. It might, in terms of some issues that are of significance, that they become a little bit more constrained in terms of what you have to look at. But the big problem with it is, of course, that the region that the United States and China compete over is by far the most important region in terms of the global economy and in terms of future developments. Probably even more significant now than what Europe was in the mid-20th century. So when I say that this is not a Cold War, it's not always good news, right? This is also connected to what I touched upon right at the beginning, that so much thinking, I think now, in Washington certainly, but also to some degree in Beijing, I was there in early summer, is based on the idea that we are heading in power terms towards a new form of bipolarity. That might happen. I mean, are the United States and China more powerful than everyone else at this point? Yeah, I think that's probably true. But that's not, of course, as Mike will tell you with greater clarity to me than what bipolarity necessarily consists of, right? I think we've seen, I mean, just think about the past couple of weeks, we've seen some of the weaknesses, right, that exist both on the side of the United States and on the side of China in terms of putting their own house in order, in terms of being a pole that would really be able to compete with the other pole exclusively. While particularly since the Ukrainian war started, we have seen a number of countries, think India, pulling in directions that are seen as a reflection of their own relatively narrow foreign policy interests without being willing to give in to the idea that the world consists of two poles. I think we will see more of that. Maybe not immediately, but I think the broader trend seems to me to be moving in that direction. So, in the last part of what I'm going to say, I mean, I think it's important to underline that though we might not agree on what kind of conflict this is, I think it should be easier to agree, at least in a limited way, based on our lessons from the past, on what our aim should be. And there is one big aim, of course, and here the last Cold War was is a great lesson. The aim is, of course, to prevent great power war. And how do you do that best? Those are the questions that you have to ask yourself, both analytically and politically. And here I think it is important, and on this I think Mike and I actually do agree on a number of issues. It is important to learn from what went wrong during earlier systems of bipolar conflict. The importance of keeping diplomacy going, even if you do not believe that negotiations by themselves can end the conflict. Again, I think Mike and I agree on this. Right? The Cold War, the US-Soviet Cold War was not like that. Its most dangerous moments were when the two were entirely isolated from each other and did not have the kinds of communication lines that could even stave off inadvertent conflict. But then one also has to ask the question, what does the United States want to achieve within this key region, Eastern Asia? And by Eastern Asia, I mean a world from India to Sakhalin. Right? What the United States wants to see is, of course, security for itself and security for its allies within the region. What does China want to do? That's also very clear to me. It wants to gain predominance in Eastern Asia. That is the Chinese agenda and has been for almost a generation. Now, that's not new. I mean, it's something that came up as the Cold War came to an end. So how do we handle these two obviously conflicting directions in terms of what the world's two most powerful states want to achieve? I think on the US side, it is indeed essential, and on this I am no dove, that one prepares strategically and militarily to prevent that China becomes predominant within this vital region. I think that's good for the United States. I think it's good for the global system, and I think ultimately it's also good for China itself. I think while doing so, and more needs to be done in order to get to the point when that is even possible. I had a long discussion up in New Haven with Bridge Colby yesterday, and this was one of the points where we actually agreed. Yeah. one can't just proclaim that this is a huge foreign policy problem, a strategic problem, and then not try to deal with it in military and strategic terms. Again, lessons from the Cold War with regard to this. But also, of course, seek limited arrangements where possible. On the global economy, it was interesting that Bridge and I actually agreed on some of these issues. It's very important not to make China feel that the United States' aim is to prevent China from becoming a richer society at home. Right? Because if we do that, then the idea is that the strategy that we have against China is an all-society strategy that you cannot get out of. On climate change, of course, on disaster prevention, if we can. These are limited fields, but they are important fields. Right? Will we succeed in doing that? I don't know. Should one try to do it? Most certainly yes, because the alternatives are much, much more dangerous. Finally, and I'll end with this one as we have a little bit of time for discussion. I said that we should not be seen, that the West should not be seen, the United States should not be seen as attempting to prevent China's rise in economic and social terms. I also mean sort of preventing normal trade relations, preventing normal technology interaction. But there is an other side to this issue, which I think is important, and that is not having as a main part of one's strategy to seek regime change within China itself. Because this was part of the problem of the US-Soviet Cold War, which really could not end from an American perspective before the Soviet Union ended. China is not going to end in that way, right? When China is no longer communist, it's still going to be around, and my history teaches me that it's going to look quite a lot like what China does today, right? Because it has for a very, very long time. So accentuating that, which sometimes comes through the emphasis on ideologies that are necessarily in conflict. Peace that cannot be had without ideological change on the other side. Might have been counterproductive even in the case of the Soviet Union. Now that point, I agree, is debatable. On the Chinese side, I do not think it's going to work at all. And I don't think the kind of China that we would get through that kind of strategy is going to necessarily be a better China than the one that we're dealing with today. And I say that as someone who deeply regrets the direction that the country that I've been involved with for more than 40 years now have taken since the early 2010s towards more autocracy, towards people being afraid of speaking out, towards the pressure on minorities, etc. But we have to think about how we avoid war and how we conduct a sensible foreign policy. And I think those are the things that we need the conceptual terms to deal with. And in this case, to me, that is not the Cold War.
Great, thank you. So let's turn to rebuttals first from both of you before having more of a discussion and then opening it up to Q&A. Maybe, Mike, before or as part of your rebuttal, it might be useful to clarify what is your definition of a Cold War? Because as Arnie said, it seems a bit more expansive. And it actually seemed to me very similar to an enduring rival. So it would be great if you could clarify if there's any difference in your mind between a Cold War versus the state of just hostile relations between two enduring rivals, or I guess one pair of enduring rivals.
So I think a Cold War just has those two elements. You have a clash of vital interests, so it's not like a misperception by the two sides. They see each other clearly. And second, that they're just willing to use every coercive tool in their arsenal short of outright attacking each other. I think that's basically it. And the difference between that and an enduring rivalry is just enduring rivalries also will include periods of hot war. It's, just as like in the database, but there's also long periods of Cold War. And I think, so Cold Wars are often part of enduring rivalries, but enduring rivalries also contain hot war elements that obviously are not part of Cold War. I agree with obviously much of what Professor West has said. I'm just going to make maybe 3 points, address this idea that the ideological dimension of this current Cold War is not what we saw in the past. The second, this idea that it hasn't globalized in the way that the global Cold War, as some might call it, is taking place. And then finally, what to do about it. Should we learn the lesson from the previous war that diplomacy is necessary and guardrails? I generally agree, but I have some caveats on that. So on the ideology, argument. I mean, I agree, obviously, that China is not hell-bent on pushing Marxist revolution around the world. And in part, I just think we're in a different world. I mean, in the 50s and 60s, the world had been shattered by the two worst conflicts in human history, and you also had decolonization, and so you had the opening up of all these new states where they were essentially up for grabs. And so it made total sense that the United States and the Soviet Union wanted to make sure that whatever government eventually comes to power in those new states adopts their scheme. But I do think we cannot downplay the ideological dimension of U.S. China rivalry too much. I think authoritarianism, and specifically Leninism, actually is a real worldview that clashes with liberalism, just the basic belief in this sort of natural hierarchy, both at home and abroad, that the state or party is the vanguard and it tells the people what to believe, not the other way around. And if you deviate from that, you get burned at the stake. I mean, that in some ways, that is like the oldest ideology in the world. It's as old as time itself. And liberalism is a sort of a radical challenge to that. It says, no, the government should be of the people, by the people, for the people. And no, you don't have a divine right to rule. No, we don't need a vanguard party telling us what to think and what to do. And you know, if ideology is not that big of a deal, I don't think the Chinese, anyway, have really gotten the message. Again, those documents that CSIS, et cetera, are translating really emphasize the need from a Chinese perspective for what the ideological unity, ideological discipline, and rejecting pluralism and what they call historical nihilism, this idea that anything could happen as opposed to the party knows exactly where we're taking us towards this utopia. And I mean, if you just look at what Xi Jinping has saying, I mean, I want to kind of read part of this quote because I think it is telling. It's just that when he's talking about why did the Soviet Communist Party collapse, he says an important reason is in the ideological domain where competition is fierce. Repudiating Lenin, repudiating Stalin, it means to wreak chaos in Soviet ideology, engage in historical nihilism. It's what caused party organizations to barely function. It robbed the party of its leadership. And as a result, this great party, the Soviet Communist Party, scattered like a flock of frightened beasts. The Soviet Union shattered to pieces. And then he says, this is a lesson from the past. And so he's saying we have to learn from this, which means emphasize the ideology. And again, you know, not to talk about aliens too much, but if you were an alien and you came to Earth to kill everybody and you just looked at the existing geopolitical conflict and you saw on one side the United States and it's the core of the U.S. coalition are liberal democracies, and on the Chinese side, most of that crew are authoritarians, you'd probably suspect something is up in the ideological sphere, that's not just a coincidence. And to me, it just makes perfect sense, because I actually see foreign policy as basically how countries make the world more amenable to their way of life. And if you're the CCP, you naturally want there to be more autocratic states because they are less likely to sanction you for your human rights practices. And more importantly, your people aren't going to be looking at them as a great example of a thriving liberal democracy and start thinking, hey, maybe we should have that here within China. And I think the reverse is true for the United States. And to me, I just think both sides' actions aren't fully explicable unless you take ideology into account. You know, the overseas police stations and the massive propaganda, and even something like Hong Kong or Taiwan from the CCP's perspective. I mean, why spend so many resources here? Yes, Taiwan's this unsinkable aircraft carrier, but I think it's also just the specter of an alternative Chinese system that really scares the CCP and something they want to snuff out lest it undermine their legitimacy. Or for the United States, you know, is Ukraine really a vital interest of the U.S.? Well, maybe if you think about it in the broader context of a liberal order that the United States wants to uphold. So I think ideology matters. The second of the 3 points I'll make is just, you know, is this a global struggle or are we in some sort of diffuse multipolar world? The first thing I'd point out is you don't have to have bipolarity to have a Cold War. So like Britain and Germany had a Cold War prior to World War I, but the world was multipolar at the time. U.S. and Japan, minor powers, have Cold Wars all the time, even though they're obviously not at the global level. But anyway, I also don't, when people talk about a multipolar world, I feel like we exist on different planets. Like the Chinese economy is 5 times larger than the number 3 economy, Japan. The U.S. economy is 6 times bigger than Japan's economy. The Chinese defense budget is 4 times larger than the number 3 country, that's Russia. The US defense budget is 10 times greater than the number 3 country. You just make a graph and it's like the 2 countries are head and shoulders above everybody else. So I think the only way to say that the world is multipolar is to define multipolarity as any situation where anyone beyond those two countries have an independent foreign policy of any kind and aren't just vassals of the two countries. And by that standard, the Cold War was a multipolar system. You had the non-aligned movement, you had communist China swinging back and forth between the two Cold War superpowers, the French, OPEC, so we've never lived in a world where other countries will just do whatever the two are, but I think we can still talk about those core blocks that seem to be forming around the United States and China. The last point I'll make, I largely agree with Professor Westad, diplomacy is necessary. It's obviously necessary, should continue. But I am just, to what end though? We have to talk, but what are the terms that we're talking about? And as far as I can tell, a lot of happy talk is not going to currently bridge the chasm in the terms that the United States and China are seeking. The United States seems to be offering China to get the Japanese, German, and French treatment. Like, you have to give up your dreams of imperial revanchism and being this great global power, but in return, you get access to Western markets, and your hated historical rival, Japan, will remain pacified. Your people will grow rich, but Xi Jinping just doesn't seem interested in that. He's not a hedge fund manager. He cares much more about geopolitical power than maximizing his GDP growth. And the Chinese terms, okay, Taiwan reabsorbed. The East China Sea and South China Sea, we're going to control swaths of that. The American military needs to pull back and get mostly out of East Asia. We get to subsidize and pollute as much as we need to for our development. That's our right. And we will tolerate no dissent, both at home and abroad. And if we have to build re-education centers and herd minorities into them, that's what we're going to do. I mean, I'm not okay with those terms. And so those that would advocate sacrificing aspects of the existing order, I think the United States should be doing the opposite. Yes, talk to the Chinese, but the terms that should be offered are, you have to compromise your super ambitious revisionist aims. And if you don't want to do that, then we're just going to accept the fact that the global order is not going to revolve around a tight U.S. partnership, and that's okay. I think I love Cold Wars because I just think they're way better than the alternative of a hot war, and I just don't think the kumbaya, we're all going to get together and talk our way out of this is possible at the moment. And so that's ultimately what we have to settle for. So again, on a happy note, turn it over to the professor.
If I could intervene here, I think one of the issues that we're dealing with is we have different definitions between the two. What is a Cold War? What is not a Cold War? So maybe Arnie, in your statement, you could also offer. So I think you disagree on how to define Cold War. But what would you call what Mike is calling Cold Wars? Is there another term for that? So at least we can say. I'm not saying we should need to choose one term, but at least offer a different term so that we can at least say, reference what exactly the two of you are talking about. Thank you.
Yes. Conflict. I mean, this is a huge problem, I think, in conceptual terms with regard to the discussions. And I'm not just saying this with regard to Mike's position, but overall on the US side with regard to this, that the idea of what constitutes a Cold War becomes so amorphous that it's really hard to use, at least for me, in any meaningful analytical sense. And that's a problem. I mean, it's a problem maybe mainly because I'm an historian who think that historical issues have an enormous significance for how we understand our world today, right? But I think it should be a problem in a wider sense as well, because if you go as broad as that, it just becomes really, really difficult to figure out how you are going to get from valuable lessons from last week or from 100 years ago and over onto policy prescriptions that would fit the specific changes that we've seen taking place on a global scale within the last generation since the Cold War ended. Let me just make 2 points, and I will make them briefly because I'll be interested in hearing what other people have to say on this as well. So on ideology, I mean, the main difference between us here, Mike, is not so much that we do not think that ideas matter. I mean, in a way, I made a whole career out of arguing that ideas matter and matter enormously for how states understand themselves. So that's not at stake here. What is at stake is how you spread that ideology and how significant that is to your very constitution, your very being as a state, and particularly a challenger state, the anti-systemic state, in the sense of what the Soviet Union was, or for that matter, what Nazi Germany was. That's what I'm looking for here and not finding enough of. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but I don't find enough of it for that to be a constituent part of how I see the international system working now. It was during the Cold War, without any shadow of a doubt, right? Does China really think that it matters two hoots to them how Nicaragua is ruled, or how Angola is ruled, or for that matter now how Kosovo is ruled? I don't think so. What China is trying to do is to get much more out of these countries on the issues that matter for China. And in some countries, that can be through an autocratic system, and in other countries, a messy democratic system might be much more manipulable than what a strong autocracy would be. They don't look for that because they don't have a prescription on that issue. Now, some people would then say, well, you're saying this now, but what about 50 years hence, when China really has become very predominant? Won't it then try to spread its ideology? Isn't this just a matter for now? And my answer to that is always, I can't tell. I mean, I'm an historian, not a prophet. I cannot imagine what would happen to get to that point, the way China is operating at the moment, but could it happen? For sure. What matters is that it doesn't happen now. I think Mike and I agree almost fully on how important ideology is to the CCP at home. That's their raison d'etre. That's why they are in charge of China. Right? And how fearful they are that they can be overthrown on ideological grounds at home. But that's not, and again, history is ripe with examples like that. Having a strong ideology at home, think Sparta, doesn't necessarily mean that you think you need to export it everywhere else. Because some people would ask that question about the United States, I mean, which we haven't been able to discuss here so far. We could perhaps in the Q&A. So that's the first point. Second point about multipolarity. So this is where my problem is not so much with what Mike has been saying now. My problem is more with the realist approach to concepts of polarity overall. They are too concentrated on variables of power that are exceedingly narrow in terms of how today's global internationalized society actually work. And I think that's what we are observing at the moment, that you can have a lot of hard power shown through Mike's statistics, and you still wouldn't be able to get India to do what you want India to do with regard to Ukraine. Or you couldn't get South Africa to do what you want to do with regard to China. Right? The reason for that is that the world has changed in terms of how power definitions actually work. Right? But it also has something to do with global prestige. I mean, during the Cold War, in two different worlds, the United States and the Soviet Union had immense prestige in terms of what they could do to the world. They envisaged the future in ideological terms and set the world in that direction. Their adherents in other countries believed. Does the United States and China work in that respect globally today? I doubt it. Or at least I see very little of it when I visit countries outside of those two countries themselves.
Great. So I'm going to actually push our two very talented scholars to try to not come up to the same definition of Cold War, but at least clarify more exactly your different definitions. So maybe I think Mike, I think I understand your definition a little bit more because it's relatively expansive and it covers a bit. But I think what I want to press Arne is, what would you call what Mike calls a Cold War? So for example, Mike gave examples of when those periods of Cold War are. I think, Mike, you gave one example of, one second, let me go back. I think you gave a couple examples of Britain and Germany before World War I. Right? And then, of course, Mike also calls the current period a Cold War. So what would you call the current period? I think part of the issue that we're having is we don't have another conceptual term, right? We have hot war, we have peace. What would you characterize? Are there terms from history or political science literature that you could use to characterize what we have here that's not a Cold War?
So should I go first on that one, Mike? Is that okay?
Yeah.
And then because that makes it a bit fairer. I think. So I was not just quipping when I said conflict. You know, I mean, I do think that if you have a concept of Cold War that goes as far as saying that Britain and Germany, prior to the outbreak of the First World War, were in a Cold War with each other. It's very hard for me to see which conflicts are not Cold War. So then Germany and France would be in a Cold War with each other as well. Austria-Hungary would be in a Cold War with an enormous number of their neighbors. To me, the concept loses its use in analytical terms if one stretches it that. These conflicts are normal state behavior. I don't have to tell a realist that states rival. That's what they do, right? That's what they are there for. But not all of these rivalries are Cold Wars. For me to see something as a Cold War, and I think this is where we differ, it has to be enduring, so it has to last for a certain period of time within a relatively stable international system. It can't lead to great power war sort of in the middle of it, because then it's obviously not a Cold War, it is a hot war. And it has to have some elements in it that the two poles, the two countries, the two states that are carrying out a Cold War against each other, center on each other to a higher extent than they center on the rest of the international system as a whole. I'm not saying, by the way, and I think that's important, that bipolarity is a necessary component of all Cold Wars. But if you look at it historically, it's pretty predominant. That's one of the curious things about this. So that's what I would say.
It seems, Arnie, that you're actually creating a ladder in which rivalry is below Cold War. But it seems, Mike, what you're defining rivalry as a state of the relationship between two countries, and rivalry, as you said earlier, had both periods of Cold War and Hot War. So you're using different terms differently. So that's why I think we're a little bit talking past each other.
But could I just say on that, to me, Cold War is a very specific kind of conflict or rivalry. If that makes it a little bit easier to understand, of which there are many different kinds, right? Many different types of rivalry and conflict. But the natural state of relationship between great powers is rivalry and conflict.
And just to be clear, if we were, for example, to use the other Cold War examples that Mike give, would you say that what we are in now with between the United States and China is comparable to prior to the World War I period, or some of the other examples?
And as you know, Bonnie, I have written about that quite recently. I see a world coming into being, though it is a gradual process, that reminds me much more of the world prior to the First World War than it does of the US-Soviet Cold War at any stage. Mm-hmm. So if you really need something to keep you up at night, that's probably the definition that would do it.
So the two, you actually agree a lot more than you disagree.
I think we agree on the basic definition. I just think that the United States and China meet that definition. I just see it's not just a conflict, it's a protracted zero-sum rivalry that spans all spectrums of statecraft. So it's not just a one-off, like your ship accidentally bumped into my ship and now we're going to have a spat on it. It's not just focused in a particular domain, so we have an economic competition, but we don't really compete militarily. It's across the board, and then it's also sustained. So you consider each other your chief long-term rival. It's your pacing threat. So for example, the United States obviously does not consider Russia anything other than an adversary right now, but the Cold War is between the United States and China because both of those countries view each other as the ultimate long run. It's like the final boss in the video game. It's like the one that you're keeping your eye on, even if you're not actively waging a conflict, a hot war against them at any given time. I also think these things just then, because they're protracted, they feed on themselves. So you get a history of bad blood, you get a sort of Hatfield and McCoy dynamic going, and that also just makes this distinct from just, like if you imagine a bunch of billiard balls, bumping into each other, this is a realist analogy, they're going to have conflicts when they bump into each other, but oftentimes you get these two that just seem to always want to ram into each other, and I think that's what separates this Cold War dynamic from just the kind of run-of-the-mill conflicts that you'd observe among many other countries.
And Mike, I wanted to also draw a point that you made in passing, but I know is quite critical in your foreign affairs article, which is that I believe you said earlier that Cold Wars are stable, right? And you tend to prefer them compared to other types of wars. Not that, Mike, you prefer Cold Wars in general, right?
I feel about it the same way I feel about getting old, which is it stinks, but it's better than the alternative, you know? So it's like, we just got to go with it. No, I mean, I think they're certainly not stable. In fact, the vast majority of these, almost all of them, end in a catastrophic hot war. And so that's why when we look back on the Cold War, it tends to be in the pejorative, like, oh, we got this Cold War mentality. I actually think we should be giving some credit to people in the Cold War. Yes, many mistakes were made, killed millions and millions of people, but there was no hot war between the United States and the Soviet Union. And I mean, if you'd asked anyone in, say, July 1950, or pretty much any time in the 20th century, in 1983, you know, in November 1983, do you think this thing's going to end peacefully, and not just peacefully, but that life expectancy, like the world will be getting steadily better throughout this conflict, even as the two superpowers are competing, that life expectancy will go up in general around the world. You know, all the metrics that Steve Pinker and others talk about how the world is so wonderful, that all progresses even under the context of a Cold War. And so I think we need to be giving credit for the two sides, which somehow figured out a way to avoid coming to blows, and on the American side, to not completely disfigure their domestic system. Because some people say, yeah, the only way you're going to do this is by turning into a garrison state. You got to ramp up defense spending. We all got to start. We got to take a page from the Soviet book. The United States didn't do that. To me, it's a miracle, you know, that this has occurred. And so, again, you know, I think we should study the positive, the do's, which I think Professor Westhead has actually written about in his articles.
Could I just say, this is something I entirely agree with. I mean, I do think that part of the problem with how the Cold War analogy, simile, is being used today is that it doesn't take into consideration that built in, at least to the latter stages of that conflict, were openings that prevented the kind of absolute disaster that a nuclear war would have been. And I think that's important to learn from today. But we learn best from that when we understand both the similarities, and there are similarities, but also the differences from that. Because it might just be that some of those differences will make that kind of outcome, both in the short and in the longer run, harder to achieve with the kind of system that we have today than what we saw in the 1970s and 1980s.
Okay, great. I want to open this up to Q&A from the audience. Let's go with, I think I saw 3 hands to begin with, so let's go with 3 from in person, and then we'll go online. So Lonnie, please.
So I'd like to pull the string a bit more on this question of, is this an ideological conflict? As Professor Westhead said, the Chinese don't seem to be very evangelical about spreading their system. They don't necessarily trust anybody who is a democracy, but they don't oppose people because they are democracies. And I think they could get along pretty well with South Korea if South Korea changed a few of its policies, and regardless of what its political system is. Similarly, we claim to be opposed to authoritarian systems, except the ones that we like. And there are a number of authoritarian systems that we're quite friendly with and don't spend much time complaining about. So despite the effort to portray this as an ideological battle between democracy and authoritarianism, I just don't see any real substance to that assertion. So could you justify your
question?
I was going to go with you all the way up until the very end where you said, I don't see any substance behind there. I totally agree that it's not on par with what we saw in the Cold War, where you had just like, we're going to try to promote a completely alternative way of life abroad. But I would say that, like from China's perspective, they had to sit and watch as like the number of democracies in the world doubled, between 1988 and 1998. And I agree that China is not necessarily doesn't care if other countries fully adopt Xi Jinping thought wholesale. But I do think they found it very alarming that you had these waves of democratization. And this is actually written about in Chinese documents. I mean, Mary Sorati, others have published studies where they've gotten their hands on these documents where they fear contagion. They fear the demonstration effect. And they know what political scientists have proved empirically, which is that autocracies tend to fall in waves as popular revolution in one country inspires it. This is why we talk about color revolutions. This is why Xi Jinping, when he came to the White House, was very freaked out about color revolutions and talking about it behind closed doors with American officials, and he's given internal speeches. So I agree that it's not this sort of evangelical, we just want people to look and act like we do, but I do think that it's for a regime, it's like the interest of regime security then impels the Chinese Communist Party to export or prop up autocrats of all shapes and sizes. I would also add that I think this digital authoritarian model is a coherent model, and it's extremely popular around the world, and in some ways poses a more insidious sort of threat to the spread of liberalism around the world, because it just makes dictatorship much more effective and efficient than it ever is. I mean, you don't need to send death squads around every single day. You can just, monitor people with surveillance cameras and speech and facial recognition technology. You can send subliminal messages through social media instead of stodgy state-sponsored propaganda. And so, yes, it's not the overarching mass ideological conflict, but that's why I can't go all the way with you there, Lonnie, because I still think there is a clear ideological part of this, and in some ways it's more insidious than what we saw in the Cold War.
Just very briefly on this. So it's quite interesting to see what has happened even in the openly published Chinese discussions on some of these issues of late. This is relatively new, maybe a year, 18 months old, where you find quite a number of people who are arguing that messy democracies abroad are much better for the spreading of Chinese influence, particularly economic influence, than autocracies that are willing and able to strike back or cancel their debts unilaterally, or doing all the kinds of stuff that autocratic states can do more easily than more pluralist or democratic states. I'm actually quite fearful of this. I mean, I see this as part of the direction, if you look at politics in this country and Western Europe and elsewhere, but maybe particularly Africa, Southeast Asia, where it is not difficult if you're a Chinese policymaker who thinks about these things strategically, particularly a sort of a generation down the road, to think that that could actually be the case. So this is part of what I've been interested in sort of thinking about how we operationalize our knowledge of distinctions and specificities with regard to how the Chinese system operates, and not to assume that it's similar to the kinds of conflicts that we've seen in the past.
Okay, let's collect two questions over there, and then, sorry, I'm trying to get folks who haven't asked a question today first. So, and then one over there. Please, go ahead.
So first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to lead this debate. And Dr. Rastad, I wanted to ask you specifically, you mentioned how it's important not to make China feel that its economic growth is being stifled. So how can this be balanced with U.S. interests? Because we have seen examples of the CCP using coercive economic policy, and also in some specific industries such as semiconductors and then leading to Huawei, that can also be specifically against our security interests. So how can we, deal with issues that are very gray area? Because Huawei claims to be a completely private company, but we have found a lot of connection between them and the CCP. The Chinese government is passing data laws that make any sort of telecommunication companies be beholden to disclosing data. So how do we allow their growth globally, which we have not, and obviously this results in China feeling like its economic growth is being stifled, while also still keeping our interests in security aligned?
Let's collect one more question.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Kensuke Abe from Marubeni Corporation, Japanese private company. So I just want to add some terminology question. So obviously we are hearing the both U.S. and China government officials said they don't seek Cold War, and they want to seek coexistence. So, but obviously you don't buy this argument. But so I want to ask, so is there any possibility to seek coexistence despite of the Cold War relationship? And one more question is, so do you think that China is the existential threat for the U.S.?
Okay, great. I think your question was more directed at Mike, right? Okay, so please, Arnie or Mike, whoever wants to go.
You want to start on the economics
Okay, yeah.
question
So
first?
I think we could actually do it that way and split this up. So The first question is a really good question, and it's a very hard one to answer. But if you use historical precedent on this, I mean, not just on the US side, but going back to the period before the First World War, the best answer, not a fully sort of fulfilling answer, still an important answer, is by using common sense. Right? The COCOM regimes, so the export control regimes, there were several, with regard to the Soviet Union, were not perfect during the Cold War, but they worked pretty well. Right? We can't repeat that with regard to China, because China is integrated in the global economy in a way that the Soviet Union never was. But it does teach us some things about how we can distinguish between keeping normal economic interaction going and protecting what is important for our own national security. Right? So I do think it is possible to come up with a policy where we are not seen by common Chinese, ordinary Chinese, as conducting a full-scale war against their economic future. And I think it's vital that we are not seen as that. Whatever we think about the need to prepare for a possible military conflict with China, we do not want that. We do not want the Japan prior to the Second World War. We do not want the Germany prior to 1914, where these were widespread ideas in the population at large. Right? And the only way we can avoid that is to talk less about decoupling, which I think is a term, I mean, has the same definitory problems as Cold War, I think, with regard to this, and more about how we are going to do this. I mean, how we are going to allow China to develop its own economy, as long as it does so in ways that are not aggressive towards us or towards our allies and friends, while making sure in some areas, quite a number of areas, much more than what was the case during the Cold War, that we protect our own national security and national security interests and national security looking forward in terms of technologies. I mean, this is not just about, as you probably know, not just about the technologies of today, it's about the technologies of the future. And that is what is going to matter on this. I'm not saying that this is easy, but I think it is the direction that we have to move in, because the two extremes are not going to serve anyone's purpose.
China often says it doesn't want a Cold War. I think what my interpretation of what Chinese leaders mean is they don't want the sort of orderly Cold War that will naturally lead to the same conclusion that the Cold War did. Because they're like, oh, so we're going to have a Cold War. So I guess you, United States, I guess you'll play the role of the United States. So does that mean we're going to play the role of the Soviet Union? We don't want to play the role of the Soviet Union. And so when Americans talk about healthy competition, we need to have a healthy competition where we both know it's never going to get out of hand and we can all just compete like we're going to the Olympics or something. They say, no, you know what? That's not to our advantage. I think it just makes sense. If you're the weaker side and you're going to agree no shots below the belt. I mean, my dad actually used to tell me when I was a kid, like, when you're a little guy, you need a little advantage, and so you need to find ways by hook or by crook and maybe have the threat of overwhelming force as a brinksmanship strategy. And so regardless of what the Chinese are saying, I just still think it's clear that China is participating in a Cold War. And I actually agree with folks like Steve Kotkin, who argues that the Cold War for China never really ended in some ways. Like I see it as China, we temporarily paused the rivalry with the Americans to vote the Soviets off the island, but now that that's taken care of, now it's open season again. I mean, we always knew this day was coming. The Chinese used to talk about this 20-year period of opportunity to kind of hide and bide, and they were actually very prescient, because right at the end of that 20-year opportunity happened to be the Trump administration and like this heightening of U.S. China tensions. And you just see, it's like it's still the Chinese Communist Party, still got eyes on Taiwan, still an ally of North Korea, and now that I see China pushing decoupling, from the United States and the West through its dual circulation policy and building up this military fortress in East Asia, regardless of what Chinese diplomats say, it just seems very clear to me that they're participating in what I'd call a Cold War.
Let's go to questions from our online audience.
Okay, we have one question from Paul here of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, which is a bit of a meta question asking, basically, what's the significance of this argument? Do people who side one way or the other on this question have different policy agendas? So will it actually change the way that we set policies, whether we think this way or not?
Yeah, I think it does, to some extent. As I said in my remarks at the beginning, I do think it matters. It matters enormously with regard to clarity, which is something that you shall not expect that you can achieve, but always should seek. It matters enormously, I think, with regard to how you define what is possible and what is less possible, I mean, in today's situation. It also probably defines, at least to me, some of the issues of what kind of strategic military posture that you should develop, right? Because if we do define this as a Cold War, like the Cold Wars that I've been drawing on for my scholarship, then that calls for a somewhat different military posture than if this is an intense case of rivalry between states. Not dissimilar to what we have seen in the past, but not going in the direction of the all-consuming Cold War pattern, certainly in a bipolar sense that we've seen before. So these things matter in those respects. But I have a lot of respect for people like Mike who are saying, you know, in reality, the way I understand it, that we have to prepare for all eventualities, I mean, with regard to this, right? And in that sense, you know, if we broaden the framework in terms of how we understand the current conflict that much, then it might not matter all that much, right? Because you would then have to pick from a lot of different kinds of approaches in national security terms.
If we have time, otherwise we can go in. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's important to always be clear about the game that your country is playing and whom you're dealing with. And so characterizing this as a Cold War is just important because it takes us into a different frame of thinking, both in terms from a diagnostic perspective, like as an analyst, because that when we acknowledge that it's a Cold War, I immediately become skeptical that just a bunch of happy talk can get our way out of this, because I think it's structurally driven by a conflict of interest that's not going to go away, that we can't just have student exchanges and things like, I mean, that's just not going to work. And then from a strategic perspective, kind of following up on that previous question, I think we can borrow some of the Cold War strategy, at least on the American side, because, you know, back then containment was designed to hold the line against the Soviets until the internal weaknesses of their system eventually sap their power and force them to radically scale back their ambitions. And to me, I'm convinced by those that argue you can apply a somewhat similar overarching strategy towards China, because I'm as I've written in my research, I'm very bearish on China's long-term economic prospects, its demographic prospects. I think it's increasingly strategically encircled. So I can at least hope for a day somewhere down the line where there will be that shift in the balance of power. It can come about peacefully, and then you might get a diplomatic breakthrough. But I think to understand that, we have to think in Cold War terms, so it helps from both a strategic as well as a diagnostic lens.
Mike, I'm still trying to reconcile where you and Arnie differ. And it seems to me, as the two of you are talking, it seems like, Mike, for you, there's a spectrum of different types of Cold Wars. And on one end is the USSR Cold War. And when you're positioning yourself, you're positioning the U.S. China conflict, U.S. China, whatever you want to call the situation, it seems like you're at least in the middle of the spectrum of the range of Cold Wars, if not closer to the USSR type of Cold War. But you're not saying it's exactly the same. Is that a correct characterization?
I just think no two Cold Wars are ever going to be exactly the same. The world is just different, you know, over the decades, and each country is different. But the fundamentals, I mean, that should not distract us from what is fundamentally driving this conflict, where I do think you see similarities across all these Cold Wars.
Great. Okay, let's turn to more questions from the in-person audience. Okay, I see one in the back, that's a new hand, and then I think I saw two others one person that's still here earlier. So please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for your talk. So we've seen a rise of Asian hate crimes and how the U.S. has had a history of discrimination against Japanese Americans and unfairly targeting Chinese scientists by the DOJ. How would you address the concerns by Asian Americans who wear the face of the competitor in this new Cold War environment? Do we all have to work for a certain intelligence agency?
Are we collecting?
One
or
more
are we?
question, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Or where did the second question? Was it? Oh, sorry, it was over here. Sorry, over here.
It's very hard to see.
Thank you for allowing me to ask another question. In terms of the discussion of the so-called liberalism and liberal democracy, that's in the framework of what's now called the rules-based order, which is still dedicated to the zero-sum game the world is fixed, either we're on top, a winner, or you're a loser, and it comes out to zero, and it's the liberal world order that has actually carried out 2 regime changes in the last 20 years. So there is a real fear that countries could have around the world that if they don't submit to the new rules-based order, they're in trouble. Now, recently, Xi Jinping has talked extensively about a common shared interest for mankind, humankind. And recently, they have a white paper about a shared future. Whether you agree with President Xi or not, it's a legitimate issue because all people born anywhere on this planet have the same interest. Economic development, development from their family, using their creativity to produce for society, for a better future. So there is a way, there is a common interest there, whether you like him or not. And one of the things I've proposed is why doesn't China and the United States have a common mission while the rivalry is going on? A common mission to eliminate poverty in Africa. 500 million people live in poverty. Why can't we find missions that actually unite what is a legitimate common interest and get out of the zero-sum game?
So your question is how we can get out of the zero-sum game?
So on the Asian hate question, I mean, I have tremendous sympathy for that. So I'm half Japanese. My Japanese family was interned in World War II, and the boys were sent off to fight for the 442nd, and not all of them came back. So we clearly don't want to go down those kind of routes. I mean, to me, the first step is just emphasizing that our key allies in this are also East Asian, and the Taiwanese, the Japanese, et cetera. And that the Chinese Communist Party does not have a monopoly on what counts as Chinese civilization. That just because you're anti-CCP does not, as a geopolitical actor, doesn't mean that you're anti-Chinese. I mean, this sounds sort of obvious to say it, but it's important to be reminded of it over and over again. And then the last is just, I think on at least the U.S. side, a key U.S. strength is the openness and dynamism of the system. And so I agree largely with the sentiment you seem to express, which is, should the United States be cutting itself off from immigration because it's so scared of espionage, et cetera? I mean, I think because I'm more sanguine on the technological front for the U.S., I'm more willing to err on the side of that we may let some espionage go through if it means we have to have a somewhat more liberal immigration policy and student exchanges, et cetera. I'd be much more in favor of treading lightly there so that hopefully you can still have the exchange. And I see it in my classroom. I mean, I used to have lots of Chinese students, and it's been alarming how many Chinese nationals now are not in my classes, and I see that as a major detriment. And then to the other question, just about the liberal order being scary for a lot of regimes, I totally agree. I mean, that it is terrifying. Not only do you have the direct, the responsibility to protect, and we can topple your regime, and we can decide if you get sovereignty or not, but there's also the peaceful evolution. I mean, the Chinese saw what happened to Gorbachev. They saw what happened to Ceausescu. I mean, it's like this order is terrifying if you're an autocrat. And so to me, this just is part of the reason why I think there's an ideological component. I share your perspective that maybe what we're calling the global south or sub-Saharan Africa in particular might be able to reap some benefits, but I don't think it's going to come through a cooperative endeavor between the United States and China. My best hope is for a sort of space race dynamic where each side is trying to win hearts and minds across developing countries, and they get to reap the benefits because they're getting aid. It's like when parents get divorced and they lavish aid on the children to try to buy their love. I mean, it's perverse, but maybe it'll lead to some good outcomes, and hopefully not the proxy wars and contests we saw in the Cold War.
So we are running a bit short on time, so I'm going to load up the poll, the final poll, and so folks can vote while Arnie is talking. I hate to do this, Arnie, but please.
Your last chance to make an impression.
That gives me an unfair advantage, I would say. Yeah, it doesn't actually, because on this I think we agree fully. I'm very concerned about anti-Asian hate crimes and resentments in this country and elsewhere. I've seen it on campus. I think it is really, really problematic. I think not enough is being done with regard to this in terms of simple justice issues, but also in terms of the image of this country abroad, right? Because if there was one thing that made the United States stand taller internationally than what it otherwise would have been able to be given its behavior during much of the Cold War, it was that it was a country where people could come and aspire to success whoever they were, right? If we start moving away from that because we are now competing with people who come from one specific country that happens to have a lot of people who would like to come and study or live in the United States, we are throwing away perhaps one of the most important lessons of how the Cold War was won in the end. And then finally on this issue of where we are with regard to what China wants and what Xi Jinping expresses, I think one of China's biggest weaknesses today comes out when you sit down and you actually look at what Xi has to say for how the world is going to work. And you find that he says nothing that is new whatsoever, right? A lot of people around the world are asking themselves, well, if China then has risen, what kind of world order is it really looking for? But you can study Xi Jinping's thought in and out, and you would never be able to discover that, right? Now, ideas matter in this respect as well, and I think that is really, really important, right? And this is why China does not have an advantage. China can say that it wants everything good for all people, but especially for China. But that's not a strategy, right? That's not a world order. It's at best something that is said in order to put other people at ease with what China stands for, rather than a program for the future. And this is one of the advantages I think the United States has had over China, and I hope that will continue in the future.
So I want to thank both of our leading experts, a political scientist and a historian, for engaging. And I think we haven't resolved how to define Cold War. We still have two different definitions. So I'm not exactly sure how to interpret the debate results, to be honest, because people are going at it with different definitions. But I do see some change. So I think that meant that we had a productive discussion. So thank you again both very much for coming. And for both of them, they had to travel from out of town. So let's please give them a round of applause. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. I know we're running a little late before we reconvene for our last debate. Who are staying with us for a day that's longer than your normal business work day. For our last panel, we are focused on the proposition that China's accelerated expansion of its nuclear arsenal represents a shift in China's nuclear strategy and doctrine. I'm not going to go through how China has expanded its nuclear capability because Eli covered a little bit of that earlier today. Let me turn to the poll. And while the poll is up, I will also introduce our two experts. Again, the poll is the same as our prior polls. You can take it by looking at the QR code, by scanning the QR code, or via the online link. And while the poll is loading, let me introduce our two speakers. I think anyone working on nuclear issues or China nuclear issues in the U.S. are very familiar with these two speakers. To my left, arguing for this proposition, is Dr. Tong Zhao, a senior fellow at the Nuclear Policy Program and Carnegie China at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He is also a non-resident researcher at the Science and Global Security Program of Princeton University and associate editor of the journal Science and Global Security. He conducts research on strategic security issues such as nuclear weapons policy deterrence and China security and foreign policy. And I think we're very delighted that now Tong is mainly based in the United States, particularly in DC, whereas before I think we had to fly him out from China all the time to attend our conferences. Arguing against the proposition is Dr. Fiona Cunningham. She's an assistant professor of political science at the University of Pennsylvania. She has held fellowships at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Stanford University, Harvard University, Renmin University of China. And her research focuses on how countries have leveraged nuclear, space, cyber, and missile technology for coercion, particularly with respect to China. And we're very delighted that she actually just took the Amtrak and arrived about 15 minutes ago. So we're glad that we were able to make this last debate work. So let me turn to the polls. The current polls that we're having from our in-person audience as well as our online audience, and it shows that about 67% agree that China's accelerated nuclear arsenal represents a shift in its nuclear policy, and about 33% disagree. Now let me also show you the polls that we conducted on Twitter a couple days ago, and what those Twitter polls show in terms of that's approximately the same, with more agreeing online than disagreeing. So I think, Tong, you actually have an easier job to argue than Fiona. But let me turn to you to argue for why you might see a change in China's nuclear strategy.
Thank you for having me. I'm not going to argue that everything about China's nuclear thinking and nuclear strategy has changed. And I think I'm not going to fundamentally disagree with Fiona. I actually have an upcoming Carnegie report on China's evolving nuclear thinking, and I think I will be able to better explain nuanced thoughts on this topic there. But for the sake of argument today, let me highlight a number of important changes I think has happened about China's nuclear strategy, especially those that are paid less attention about here in DC. So for me, there are two main, of course, there are many ways to define strategy, but for me, there are two main elements. One is the goals, and then the second, the means to achieve the goals. I think there are both important changes in the two aspects. First, the goals of China's nuclear weapons. I think previously it's safe to say that the main goal of China's nuclear strategy is to maintain a credible second strike capability to deter a major nuclear attack. In other words, to maintain basic nuclear stability relationship with its nuclear rivals. But now I think in addition to that traditional goal, there is increasing change in the sense that now nuclear weapons are also more and more used as a tool to influence international perception about the balance of strategic power. And in that sense, it can help counter the increasing geopolitical threats that China thinks itself is under. But in any case, nuclear weapons are for addressing existential threats. And here, I think, in China, existential threat perception has significantly increased in recent decade. Mr. Xi came to power with a greater determination to preventively address the rising existential threats facing China. He had this stronger antipathy towards Western ideologies. This goes back to our previous session discussion about the ideological confrontation. He was very aware of Soviet Union's collapse. He was determined to avoid that for China. He wanted to address the increasing structural change within China, and as he tries to promote the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation, he kind of anticipated that there is going to be growing Western pushback, especially if China wants to make progress on issues of national unification. He anticipated the increasing possibility of struggles with U.S.-led Western countries. And as a result, he actually saw greater threats from the U.S.-led Western countries as he expected when, Western and international community saw China taken, more repressive approach to, strengthen internal unity and to promote China's international interests. There is stronger criticisms against China's policy in Xinjiang, in Hong Kong, in Taiwan, in domestic, repression. All of that appear to Xi as a direct attack against China's regime security. And that's more important. Regime security is more important than everything else, and that's clearly said in Chinese official documents. So that creates even greater level of existential threat perception in China's top leadership's mind than they actually expected. And here, I think Xi appears to believe that if China can demonstrate stronger strategic military capability, including nuclear weapons, it could somehow make the U.S.-led Western countries behave more carefully and dial down their perceived geopolitical attack against the Chinese regime, against Chinese core interests. And this lines up very well with Xi's increasing order to the military to expedite and then accelerate China's nuclear modernization process. There's clear sense of urgency, which is new than before, for China to expand its nuclear power. I would argue that the Chinese choice of constructing large silo-based ICBM sites, 3 of them simultaneously, reflects this sense of urgency. There is an underlying logic behind the belief that demonstrating stronger nuclear and strategic military power could help counter the perceived geopolitical threats. The thinking is, if the U.S. knows that in a nuclear confrontation, there's no way that U.S. will be able to win, that will make the U.S. more careful in fighting a conventional war with China, because U.S. would need to worry about the potential escalation of a conventional war to the nuclear level. And if the U.S. is more worried about fighting a conventional war with China, then the U.S. perhaps will be more careful, to avoid any conflict from taking place. So if China can, demonstrate stronger nuclear power blocking the road of escalation and denying U.S. escalation dominance, that would eventually make the U.S. try to avoid any serious conflict with China. So in that sense, China is attaching greater political value to nuclear weapons. From the outside, it looks like China indeed has embraced a stronger ambition to develop a greater nuclear force. This is demonstrated by China's apparent effort to narrow the gap with the American nuclear capability. Chinese interest to pursue a world-class military power certainly applies to strategic nuclear capabilities as well. China's open pursuit of nuclear triad capability, which is a major change from its previous opposition against nuclear triad, and the changing official narrative, the previous emphasis on building a lean and effective nuclear capability, even though that term is still maintained occasionally and used occasionally today, the greater emphasis now is to build a powerful strategic deterrent capability. That change of term, is a major evidence of significant change. However, the other side of the coin is the fear and the sense of insecurity in China. The reason China feels that it needs to demonstrate stronger strategic capability is because it has greater fear. It has greater fear about its core interests. It has developed stronger existential threat perception. So fear and ambition are the two sides of the same coin, and I would argue fear is actually the more important underlying and more direct driver of Chinese nuclear buildup. But if we do not fully understand both fear and ambition aspects of the Chinese thinking, I think the U.S. could run the risk of adopting countermeasures that would actually feed into Chinese fear and lead to more counterproductive results. And secondly, let me talk about how the means through which China wants to achieve its security by nuclear weapons have changed. The logic that stronger nuclear power could have political benefit and could change the behavior of your rival at conventional military level and even political levels, that logic makes sense, but it's an intuitive logic. There's no empirical proof to demonstrate that effect. And also how that logic guides China's calculation of the sufficient number of nuclear weapons it actually needs to achieve that goal. Previously, the Chinese calculation of number of sufficient nuclear weapons was already based on the worst-case scenario in which the U.S. China are in an all-out war, right? They want to destroy each other. All bets are off. That's how China calculates how many weapons could survive a comprehensive U.S. first strike and still be sufficient to launch destructive retaliation. So even if U.S.-China geopolitical tensions grow, in theory, China shouldn't need to build a larger nuclear force because the current number is already based on the worst-case calculation. However, it could be argued that China may worry that because of the growing strategic hostility, the U.S. might be more willing to exploit the small vulnerability of Chinese nuclear forces. But then the question is, if that's the case, then how much more or how many more nuclear weapons could address that gap? And I think this is where the Chinese strategy is becoming increasingly incoherent. It lacks analytical rigor to connect the goal with the operational capabilities. And here I think Fiona actually made a very interesting discovery in one of her recent publications, she found that a senior Chinese military strategist said that Xi Jinping personally guided the making and drafting of China's strategic nuclear policy. And here I do think the personal view of Xi is very important. He showed greater sympathy to that logic that greater nuclear weapons can contribute to greater political stability. And this is different from previous leaders. Previous leaders tried to restrain the military. Because the military, they always wanted to expand nuclear capabilities. But Xi appeared to have encouraged the military to do that. And Xi's personal authority within the Chinese system has been much more stronger than before. And under this system of one-person rule, when Xi gave the personal mandate, gave his personal blessing to massively expand Chinese nuclear power, the military, the defense industry, they tend to overdo it in order to please the top leadership. And here, the increasing lack of checks and balances in China's increasingly centralized and authoritarian system does make a big difference because, firstly, the experts, they no longer can play that role of checks and balances. In fact, many Chinese civilian military experts, they appear to be cut off from the nuclear expansion decision-making. They didn't know that China was building the large silo sites. And before this massive expansion, many Chinese nuclear experts still were arguing that China didn't need a major increase of nuclear capability. That China just needed to keep modest and incremental nuclear modernization. And the general public has a stronger nationalistic sentiment. There is no media, independent media, that could even let the public, keep the public informed, or even the experts informed, what is going on with China's nuclear program. So, and on the other hand, you have more military services and branches because China is now pursuing nuclear triad capabilities, not just only the Rocky Force, also the Navy, the Air Force, who all have an incentive to try to argue for a bigger nuclear cake. So when you have stronger and more diverse stakeholders, and on the other hand, you have no one trying to push back, of course, it's so easy to overdo it. So what I'm trying to argue here is that a major change in the means through which China tries to achieve its goal is not that China has adopted a fundamentally different approach of nuclear thinking or nuclear policy, but the increasing lack of a clearly defined approach to achieve Chinese security goal. From a traditionally more science-based technical calculation to a less science-based and less expert-informed nuclear policy, a more political-driven process of decision-making. And that makes Chinese nuclear policy increasingly less predictable. And there are many examples of this increasing incoherency. I don't think I have time to go through them. You can see many more internal tensions and contradictions in Chinese thinking. On the one hand, China wants a bigger nuclear arsenal, but China still appears to want to stick to its traditional thinking of asymmetric deterrence. China thinks that its nuclear buildup can make things better at the political level for itself, but it has not considered how other countries might react and respond, and how its own nuclear buildup might affect its own long-term goal of having a more security, and how to evaluate the success when the goal is to achieve political stability. All of those things are not well thought out. And when you talk about the military is increasingly using terms like achieving strategic victory as a goal for China's nuclear weapons. That's very new. China always wanted to avoid talking about nuclear war fighting, winning nuclear war, but now winning strategic victory is a key goal of Chinese nuclear weapons. does that mean China's military is now trying to fight nuclear wars and win nuclear wars? I don't think so, because it's not consistent with everything else the Chinese military strategists are writing about. A more likely explanation is that the military, especially in the rocket force, they're trying to please, they're trying to cater to Mr. Xi's political instruction for the military to be more prepared for combat in general, right? That's a general instruction from Xi for many years, so maybe the rocket force, they also wanted to demonstrate that they are implementing faithfully the top leadership's instruction. Therefore, they included some terms into their new language, but they haven't really figured out what that really means operationally for China's nuclear policy. My last point, which is another perhaps more concrete example of the change in the means through which China maintains its credible nuclear deterrence, which is China appears to be paying greater attention to escalation management. The traditional Chinese view on nuclear escalation is that, which Fiona also wrote an excellent paper in International Security. The traditional Chinese view is conventional war is very unlikely to escalate to the nuclear level because countries know the consequences. However, once the nuclear threshold is crossed, there's no way, it's very hard to manage it. It will quickly escalate all the way into an all-out nuclear exchange. However, that traditional view, I think, is being reconsidered in China. This is partly driven by China's perceived change in American nuclear thinking. They think, as American conventional military superiority declines, especially in the Asia-Pacific theater, the U.S. would have greater incentive to threaten nuclear first use in a conventional war, such as over Taiwan. And the recent U.S. policies of re-emphasizing low-yield tactical nuclear weapons, forward deployment of these nuclear weapon systems to the region further reinforced those Chinese concerns. That's one reason. Another reason perhaps is the increasing availability of resources and also the changing Chinese self-image. China has long understood there is a major vulnerability in its traditional nuclear policy, which is China could only deter a large-scale nuclear attack, but it lacked the capability to deter limited nuclear use because it didn't have theater-range precision nuclear weapons to do that. But China recognized that vulnerability as early as the 1980s, but China didn't really act upon it until in recent years. I think it's at least partially a result of increasing available resources, including technical capability to build precision nuclear forces and increasing economic resources. And in other words, China is more seriously pursuing escalation management capability. And similarly, there is increasing evidence that China is shifting or is increasingly interested in shifting from a recessed nuclear posture of maintaining nuclear weapons on low alert levels during peacetime, or even separating the warheads from missiles and storing them at different locations, towards launch under attack or launch on warning capability. I would argue that those two changes have the greatest potential to destabilize future U.S.-China nuclear relationship. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tong. Many questions that I have for you, but I'll wait until Fiona has presented her arguments.
Okay, so can everybody hear me okay? Or do I need to switch this? Yes, press it. Press it? Okay, terrific. Yes, that sounds more like the microphone is on. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking around until the very last speaker of a long day of what sounds like some really energetic debates. I'll try and add some energy into this. Although I do have to acknowledge at the start that, like Tong, I don't think we're vehemently in opposition in our interpretation of this debate topic, but for the sake of debate, what I'm going to do is really focus on the military effects of China's nuclear buildup, which I think at its core is what matters to the political leverage points that Tong brought up, as well as to draw out some, I think, different implications of the points that he made, especially about the changes in decision-making within China. So I'm going to make 3 key points that are in opposition to our debate proposition. The first is that I think there's too little evidence at this stage to conclude that China has changed its nuclear strategy and doctrine. I think most of the evidence that's currently available can support both continuity and change in the goals of China's nuclear strategy. The second point I'm going to make is that I think there is reasonable evidence, as Tong I think has already laid out very effectively, that China's decision-making process for nuclear strategy and doctrine has changed, but that change does not necessarily mean that it has new goals for its nuclear strategy. And finally, what I'm going to end with is that given that treating China as if its nuclear strategy has changed risks a self-fulfilling prophecy of encouraging or inciting those changes, I think that the evidentiary bar for acting on this conclusion should be quite high for the United States and its allies. So in other words, we need to be pretty confident that China is changing its nuclear strategy before we start making policies on that basis. So I'll spend most of my time on my first point and a little bit less on the others. So let's dive in. So on my first point, that changes to China's nuclear capabilities and operations are consistent with both continuity and change in the goals of China's nuclear arsenal. I think to argue this point, we first need to be clear about China's past nuclear strategy and doctrine and the role that its nuclear weapons would be playing in any given conflict. So the accelerated expansion of China's nuclear arsenal, I would argue, began around 2019. That was the year that the DIA began to publicly predict that the size of the force would double. And so it's useful, I think, to look at what China's goals for its nuclear forces were at that point. So at least sort of semi-authoritative PRC sources indicate that China's nuclear forces really had two goals. The first was to prevent an adversary from engaging in nuclear compellence to alter China's behavior in what would otherwise be a conventional conflict. So this is this idea of preventing nuclear blackmail that Mao Zedong was fairly fond of stating. And the second key goal was to retaliate if China suffered from a nuclear attack. So not to turn this into a definitional debate, but for the purposes of this debate, I'm defining a change in China's nuclear strategy and doctrine as a change in these goals rather than a change in how China goes about implementing these goals using its capabilities and operations. So I'm disagreeing a little bit with Tong in the question of how much the means matter here, because China has adjusted the implementation of its the goals of its nuclear forces in the past, and we haven't necessarily said that, well, it's changing its nuclear strategy. So I think this is a fair yardstick for the debate, is really to focus on what is the nuclear force designed to do. So I think China's nuclear strategy and doctrine would change if it adopted any of the following three goals. The first is threatening nuclear first use to try to change the outcomes of a conventional conflict, so you can think Russia or Pakistan styles. The second is that China might be changing its nuclear strategy and doctrine in service of a competitive nuclear strategy that involved either pursuit of nuclear parity with the United States or counterforce capabilities of its own that could be used to threaten the U.S. nuclear arsenal. That, I think, would be a second quite different goal. And the third, I think, important possible goal of China's nuclear forces would be using nuclear weapons as a shield to enable conventional offensive campaigns. So is there evidence to suggest that China is pursuing any of these three goals, which obviously there are others, but I think these are the three militarily most important kind of possibilities. So let's start with a quick review of what has changed in China's nuclear forces in recent years. First of all, I think the size of the force is increasing. It now numbers between 350 to roughly just over 400 nuclear warheads, depending upon whether you use official or unofficial estimates. The Pentagon has estimated that China's nuclear forces are going to grow to 1,500 by 2035, assuming that it continues along the current trajectory of the growth in its arsenal, which I think is a reasonable assumption, but it's also not a certain one. Second, PLA media reports indicate that China's nuclear forces at both the theater level as well as the intercontinental level are becoming more accurate. Third, the Pentagon has reported that at least some PLA land-based missiles are now conducting peacetime patrols where they are armed with nuclear warheads, and that this experimentation began in around 2016, shifting some portion of the force onto a higher alert status. And this is the kind of recessed, moving away from this recessed posture that Tong mentioned. There's also speculation that China might adopt a launch on warning alert status, although I personally remain skeptical that China, or at least it's unclear, I think, from the existing evidence whether China has actually made a decision to move in this direction or not. And China also lacks the kind of optimal space and ground-based warning capabilities to provide it with the kind of early warning system for a launch on warning alert status. The fourth, I think, key change is that China is fielding a more diverse nuclear force. At the theater level, it now has an operational triad, and it has constructed new missile silos that will be filled not only with some of its more advanced solid-fueled ICBMs, but also, more surprisingly, some of its older liquid-fueled missiles, despite the fact that otherwise China has spent most of the last 3 decades moving to a more mobile nuclear force. It's developing novel delivery systems, so its FOBS tests that some of you might remember from 2 years ago, potential for nuclear-propelled underwater systems, and the Pentagon has suggested China might also be developing low-yield capabilities. So that's the sort of piece of what we're talking about when we're talking about the accelerated expansion of the force. But I'm going to argue that I think inferring China's goals from these capabilities actually doesn't get us too far in answering the critical question of what kind of a nuclear force does China ultimately seek, and whether that arsenal that it ultimately seeks is actually going to serve any of those 3 new goals that I pointed to earlier in my remarks. So regarding the kind of prospect of moving towards a first use posture, as I've argued in a recent article in Arms Control Today, I think that improvements to the size, the accuracy, the readiness and diversity of China's nuclear forces make its retaliatory capability more robust, but they also enable it to make more credible threats of nuclear first use than was possible in the past. So they serve both kinds of possibilities, continuity as well as change. So let's take, for example, China's improving theater nuclear force. It added this accurate dual-use DF-26 intermediate-range ballistic missile. That does enable China to make more credible threats of nuclear first use, because it enables China to inflict less collateral damage, to focus on striking military targets given the increasing accuracy of that capability should it engage in any initial nuclear strike, which could then allow it to sort of manage escalation in making that initial strike. But on the other hand, having that same capability enables China to have more flexible options to retaliate for an adversary's limited nuclear strikes. And that might also offer China the best, albeit still slim, chance of ending any nuclear exchange initiated by an adversary before it escalates to an all-out nuclear war. Accurate delivery systems that can strike military targets would also make China's nuclear retaliatory operations more compliant with the law of armed conflict, which is a trend among some other nuclear armed powers, and therefore could increase the credibility of those threats. So this is an example of the way in which the same changes to China's nuclear forces can serve both the goal of enhancing the credibility of first-use threats as well as threats of retaliation. And I think the significance of these changes lies in the fact that China has gained some of these capabilities that have applications for first use and also have applications in enhancing the retaliatory nature of its forces, while its prior nuclear force structure was mostly made up of capabilities that were fairly poorly suited towards making threats of first use. That said, I don't think we're seeing a smoking gun signs of a nuclear force posture optimized for coercive first use. So things China has refrained from doing so far, like arming its short-range ballistic missiles or its cruise missiles with nuclear warheads, operational doctrine for first use, the abandonment of its no first use policy, or changes to its command and control arrangements that might enable the faster and easier use of nuclear weapons. So what about a more competitive nuclear strategy, this sort of second possibility of a new goal that China might be adopting? Well, I think it's too early to tell if this is a PRC objective or not from its capabilities alone, because I don't think there's clear evidence yet that China is seeking parity in the size of its nuclear forces, nor is there clear evidence that it's looking for counterforce capabilities of its own or even nuclear superiority. Why is that the case? Well, because China's nuclear expansion, as much as it might have picked up the pace in the last 4 years, is still starting from a pretty low base, both quantitatively and qualitatively, compared to the United States nuclear arsenal, which is what it will be looking to sort of compete with. The size of China's intended arsenal is particularly important as an indicator of that competitive nuclear strategy. Anything, I think, less than parity in China's goals would sort of call into question that motivation. But back in the sort of mid-2010s, China really did have a razor-thin margin for error in its retaliatory forces, a point that was emphasized both in the Rand report, the China Military Scorecard, as well as in academic studies by scholars in both the PRC as well as the United States. And so it would therefore be puzzling from the perspective of some of these nuclear strategists if China didn't seek a larger nuclear arsenal to gain a more comfortable margin for error. And many nuclear strategists, particularly in this country, have been quite puzzled by China's ostensible tolerance for the US having what's called the damage limitation capability vis-a-vis China's arsenal, even if the United States couldn't entirely escape China's nuclear retaliation. And just as a quick aside, a damage limitation capability would enable the US to do better if an all-out nuclear exchange became inevitable, should, for example, it be not credible or not possible for either of the two sides to concede in a nuclear confrontation, but rather concluding that that exchange was inevitable. So I think until China achieves a nuclear force that is big enough to comfortably eliminate that US damage limitation capability, China's growing nuclear arsenal in terms of its size provides just as much evidence of continuity in the goals of its nuclear forces, of countering an adversary's efforts at nuclear compellence, as a change towards a more competitive nuclear strategy. That said, once China does achieve a force that eliminates the US damage limitation capability, if it then continues to build up its nuclear forces, then we might have more confidence concluding that there was a change in its goals and it was seeking this more competitive type of nuclear strategy. We could also look at other elements of China's nuclear forces for evidence that it's looking at counterforce capabilities. To me, I think the only real capability that China has acquired in the last 4 years, which has a counterforce application but no plausible role in increasing the credibility of China's retaliatory strikes, is the fact that its newest intercontinental range ballistic missile, the DF-41 ICBM, is an accurate ICBM, and it's difficult to sort of see how that would otherwise serve a retaliatory goal. So finally, I think on the question of whether China is seeking a stronger nuclear shield to enable offensive conventional operations, I think this is actually one of the most tricky propositions to test in understanding, how China's nuclear goals might be shifting. And that is because a more robust retaliatory capability, which is a marker of continuity, can then also serve as a stronger nuclear shield for more offensive conventional operations. But let me explain why I'm a little bit skeptical or would like more evidence if China was indeed seeking a larger nuclear force to enable these aggressive conventional operations. And that is because some scholars have shown that at least until around 2019, the planning processes for both conventional and nuclear operations in China were decoupled. So you would see dramatic changes in China's conventional military strategy and no change whatsoever in its nuclear forces. So clearly you were seeing these two processes being sort of separate bureaucratically and not linked up in the PLA's planning processes. What I would want to see if I was thinking of this a stronger nuclear shield argument as driving China's nuclear buildup, that new goal, would be a tighter coupling of those conventional and nuclear planning processes within China. I haven't seen evidence of it yet. That does not mean it's not what's going on, but I would be hesitating until I saw a little bit more evidence thereof. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will just very quickly say a couple of words about my second point, that there's evidence on China's nuclear decision-making processes, that they're shifting. I think I would just note on this point that the fact that China's nuclear decision-making processes are shifting does not necessarily mean that the goals that its nuclear forces are intended to achieve are also shifting. New decision makers can implement the same goals of countering compellence and retaliating for a nuclear strike in different ways, and they can also pursue a nuclear buildup for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with nuclear strategy and doctrine, that can include things like status as well as bureaucratic interests. And I think Tong has already laid out this issue in some detail, and so I will move on to my final point, which is something of a precautionary principle. And that is that I think until we're confident that China's motivations for its nuclear expansion are clearly connected to the strategic goals of its nuclear weapons, the United States should be very careful about acting on the assumption that China's nuclear forces sort of strategy and doctrine have changed in ways that could lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I'll give one quick example. Shedding strategic arms control with Russia in anticipation that China is seeking nuclear parity could actually encourage China to further increase the size of its nuclear arsenal beyond what it may otherwise be planning if its goals were only to eliminate the US damage limitation capability. And I think given the serious consequences of acting on an assumption that China's nuclear forces strategy and doctrine are changing, the evidence of change needs to be stronger than it currently is before the US takes steps that could encourage China to move in a different direction. I'll end, though, just by saying that, of course, China bears some responsibility for this risk as well because of its lack of transparency about what's driving the buildup. And if it hasn't changed its nuclear strategy, then the indiscipline and incoherence that has emerged in its nuclear forces is a contributing factor too. So I'll stop there and look forward to Tong's rebuttal.
Thank you. So it's almost 5:20 right now, so I would ask that Tong and Fiona, if you keep your rebuttal to 5 minutes or less, so that we can leave some time for Q&A. And I apologize to the audience. If you need to leave at 5:30, completely understand, but we might go a little bit over if you want to stay for Q&A. Thank you. But we'll try to keep all of the main arguments before 5:30. Thank you. So Tong.
Well, thank you. I think at the strategic level, I fully agree with Fiona. And the main message I think we are both trying to send is the U.S. shouldn't overreact because the Chinese continuity or change in its nuclear strategy may be explained by internal factors that do not necessarily point to a more aggressive nuclear posture. And here I fully agree with Fiona that I don't think China seeks, or at least China has not decided to eventually achieve nuclear parity with the United States. I don't think right now China's nuclear strategy is aimed at coercive first use. So we are fully on the same page. And here, what the message I think I'm trying to emphasize is the changes in the goals and means of Chinese nuclear strategy is more a result of the increasingly chaotic and less organized and incoherent thinking within China. And that's a direct result of China's increasing authoritarian system, where the experts' view are sidelined, where there is no checks and balances, when there is no information about what is really going on about China's nuclear capability. The Chinese state media says all the nuclear silo sites are just windmills. So there is no way to have basic, informed, expert level discussion and debate about what goal makes sense for China and what means are effective to achieve those goals. And when you have a paramount leader, he possesses unquestionable authority, and he happens to endorse this view that greater nuclear capability could translate into greater geopolitical benefit. I think that's the root of the problem. And in this sense, again, this links back to the discussion last session. I think the key problem here is actually increasing authoritarianism. And it has direct and very serious negative consequence on China's capability to make accountable and balanced decision-making, including on nuclear weapons. And if China can make accountable and balanced decisions, it will be better. That decision that can better help make China better understand its own interests and have a strategy that can more effectively achieve those interests. China will be better off. The U.S. will be better off. The international community will be better off. The chances of nuclear arms race will be much lower. But more specifically, let me push back on one point, which is, I don't think evidence supports the assertion that all the nuclear buildup is primarily driven by a desire to maintain incredible second strike capability. The view that all of the things, the new things, are simply to increase, to create a comfortable margin for error. I think that's just not proportionate to the problem. On the nuclear equation between U.S. and China on the American side, you don't see radical changes of American nuclear capability or nuclear policy. Even on the issue of missile defense, which Chinese experts traditionally believed was the main threat to Chinese nuclear deterrent, there was no radical American change on missile defense policy or capability. So it just cannot explain the radical scale and speed of expansion. And the near-term focus on the large-scale silo-based ICBM capabilities do not offer the best cost-effective means to address missile defense threat. Again, missile defense was largely agreed by Chinese experts was as the primary threat to China's nuclear deterrent, and the solution China appears to be making does not provide the best way to address that traditional challenge. So I think there is a larger political process that needs to be better understood here. And I do think there is a significant change in the sense that China is closely following American nuclear thinking and is increasingly influenced by American nuclear practices. The decision to pursue China's own nuclear triad capability, the increasing interest in launch on warning capability, all of those resemble American policies. And here I do think there is concrete evidence of China building effective strategic early warning systems, including 6 large ground-based large phased array early warning satellites and at least 3 deployed strategic early warning satellites, and there are more down the pipeline. And also the growing interest in escalation control capability. I think all of those are important operational level changes that point to the direction where the military now has more leeway to acquire capabilities that they tend to criticize before. So I think that's the shorter leash that the political leaders are placing on the military explains a lot of the new interest in new capabilities and postures.
Okay, so I will be very brief in just noting a couple of things that Tong's remarks kind of raised as points for me. I think one of the really interesting issues that he raised was this increasing sense of existential threat within China, that the rest of, that there was going to be more pushback against China's kind of vital interests. And I would just note with that nuclear weapons are there to counter existential threats, certainly, but not all kinds of existential threats. They are best suited to countering existential threats that come from nuclear weapons or from large-scale conventional attacks. But regime threats, one has to make a couple of kind of logical leaps to think about how nuclear weapons and an increasingly robust nuclear weapons capability is going to secure the regime against whether it is a popular uprising or it is an elite threat to the existing leaders' kind of place in office. There are better tools and there is a well-developed toolkit that the PRC and other authoritarian regimes have developed to keep themselves in power, including in a conflict. And indeed, using nuclear weapons or threatening to use nuclear weapons in that manner could actually end up creating the very regime threat, existential threat in a physical sense that they're attempting to prevent. The second point that I would just make, and this is sort of based on some of my own research looking in the non-nuclear components of China's strategic deterrence capability, is just care in interpreting what a powerful strategic deterrent actually means. Nuclear weapons is definitely a part of that, but it is not the only part of China's China's strategic deterrent that it is looking to strengthen. There are components that have to do with counter-space capabilities, that have to do with precision conventional missiles, as well as other non-nuclear types of capability with strategic effect. So there's ambiguity, I think, within that statement. And then the final thing I wanted to just raise is this issue of how PLA authors are writing or are talking about the role of China's nuclear capabilities, this idea of strategic victory that Tong raised. Because I would say I'd seen a couple of sort of comments along those lines as well. And I think the real challenge with us in trying to gain a grasp on what is going on with China's thinking in this space is that we just can't see what's going on in the top leader's mind. Because in the end, those PLA authors or PLA experts who are writing about the way that nuclear weapons may serve China's kind of national interests, they don't have the authority to decide how those weapons will actually be used. They provide options to the leadership, perhaps, but the real challenge we face is trying to understand what it is that's motivating Xi Jinping in building up nuclear capabilities and then trying to anticipate how he might make decisions about how those capabilities are used in any given crisis or conflict.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask one quick question, and then I will collect questions from the audience, since we are still 2 minutes from 5:30. But the one question I had is more of a general question for both Tong and Fiona in terms of how do you study such a difficult topic when we're generally seeing less information from China, and as Tong, you mentioned, what you're perceiving to be less checks and balances, less consultation with Chinese nuclear experts. How do you even approach this question and have sort of these debates? And to Fiona, I guess my question for you is, why should we have a higher bar for evidence when there's less evidence coming from China? Right? Like, how do you have a higher bar when there's less transparency, more potential political interference? Like, that seems to me we might never reach the bar until China has achieved a certain level of nuclear, has grown its nuclear arsenal to a certain extent. So just wanted some basic information on how you're approaching the problem, given that the issue that we all have now in the United States, it's very difficult to study China, particularly on such a sensitive and military topic.
I can start and be very brief. I think I agree it's getting much harder than before, but that's why it is increasingly important for the international community to develop both nuclear expertise and regional expertise, especially expertise about China as a country and nation and political system. For one, you need to have very strong connections with people in the system to understand, what role they might have played in, decision making or in their consultation with government actors. You can get a little sense of, their view and their role here, and you may get another piece of information there, and collectively, I think that help you build up a more full picture of how the system works. It's important to not only understand China's nuclear thinking, because it's really directly influenced by China's overall security thinking, its overall foreign policy thinking. So we tend also need to follow China's domestic politics, even internal senior politicians, their internal power structure, and their relationship with the defense industry, and how China's thinking on related but separate areas of foreign policy, security policy looks like. So I think that's just put a high demand on the international research community, but I think it can be done.
And so I'll wager a couple of points just to expand on why I'm making the case for a pretty high evidentiary bar. And I think the reason for this is that the costs of getting it wrong are high, and the costs of getting it wrong are high in both directions. Because on the one hand, if China is changing its nuclear strategy in any of these more ambitious ways, failing to sort of anticipate and react to that is going to leave the United States in a very difficult position, because it takes a long time to build up the capacity to do things like build more nuclear weapons, or really think about how the U.S. nuclear forces need to be structured. But on the other hand, reacting as if China is definitely going to go down this pathway also has consequences. My sense is that our current state of public debate is doing a much better job of anticipating the risks of being flat-footed in the response to China's nuclear modernization rather than the risks of overreacting. So I think both of those two sides of the coin need to be given equal consideration. And I think, look, from the perspective of policymakers, it's easy for an academic to sit there and say, I want more evidence. It's not so easy if you have to actually make decisions that are going to have those kind of long-term consequences. But I would just say to really think through carefully the consequences of any steps that the US and indeed its allies are going to take, and accept that the costs of getting that wrong, and really to be clear about what the costs of getting making decisions on an incorrect assumption or guess about what China is doing is really important. The final thing I'll just add in this area is that often when we talk about nuclear strategy, this is an area that I'm trained in academically, we look at the kind of deductive incentives for the way that states should behave. That's a very powerful tool, but I think it needs to be balanced out by exactly what Tong was just saying, which is looking for evidence that China actually does behave in the way that those deductive models suggest that it should, for two reasons. One is that sometimes other things than those sort of deductive incentives about strategy are what drives decision-making, but also because a lot of those deductive models are based on what the US and the Soviet Union did previously and haven't really taken account of the way that other countries might think about their incentives when they look at nuclear strategy.
Let me open it up to questions from the audience, and let me just collect all the questions we have in this room. So I see 3 over there.
Keep this brief. This is just for Dr. Cunningham. You said that you don't see evidence of a greater coupling within the PLA of kind of the, for lack of a better term, the conventional side and the nuclear side. And you say this is why you don't necessarily see the argument that China might be using nukes as a shield to pursue or enable conventional operations as a sort of argument that's supported by evidence. But you just mentioned the powerful strategic deterrent system. The evidence I've seen in the PLA discussions of that, not that authoritative, right, but still in their discussions is, hey, the powerful strategic deterrent system consists of both our nuclear deterrent and our conventional deterrent, defined by what you just mentioned earlier, the precision strike regime, the cyber capabilities, the space capabilities. So given that, what's your interpretation of the powerful strategic deterrent system, and whether that could be an indicator that the PLA is using its nuclear buildup as a shield for conventional operations?
So, okay.
I'm wondering if you can comment about any nuclear testing, or these guys just grinding out 25-year-old designs that were proven way back when. Can you say anything at all about whether these are fission weapons, boosted fission weapons, fusion weapons, plutonium weapons, uranium weapons, tactical weapons? Are they all strategic weapons? Any evidence of neutron bombs?
Thank you. I was curious to connect this to an earlier panel we had on Taiwan because in a possible Taiwan contingency, and specifically with the U.S. role in such a contingency, no one ever really seems to talk about the nuclear dimension. So I was very curious to your view of what the nuclear aspect would be like in a possible Taiwan contingency. Thank you.
And just for the sake of time, let's get one question from our online audience and get these 4 questions to our speakers.
Yeah, so we have one question actually from Joseph Rogers here at the CSIS Project on nuclear issues. And that it's specifically asked of Tong Zhao, what lessons concerning nuclear deterrence have PRC scholars and officers learned from Russia's war in Ukraine? What literature is forming the foundation of PRC strategic understanding of deterrence?
Let me turn it to the 2 of you. You don't have to each answer all 4 questions, but please pick and choose what you want to answer.
Well, I can go first. I appreciate all the questions. Nuclear testing, I shouldn't spend too much time because there is a lot of research already. I just say that although China had only 45 tests, much smaller number than U.S. and Soviet Union. I think the current research is open source research shows that China nuclear scientists actually mastered very advanced nuclear warhead technology, and they are able to manufacture very miniaturized nuclear warhead with plutonium. They also mastered neutron bomb technology, even though they didn't deploy them. So there is no doubt that if there is political will, China can certainly build more very efficient nuclear warheads that are lightweighted and can be, incorporated into more moving capabilities, etc. Taiwan, the nuclear dimension in Taiwan, I think is mostly about providing a shield for conventional operation, even though from China's own perspective, China doesn't see it that way because China has a very self-righteous way of seeing its conventional operation against Taiwan as fully defensive and within its sovereign right, so it's not an aggression. But analytically speaking, yes, the main role is to prevent a conventional conflict with the United States from escalating to the nuclear level. The lessons from Ukraine war, one of the most important lessons is that Russia was able to achieve broader security and political goals beyond nuclear deterrence by making implicit threats of nuclear weapons and nuclear use. So in other words, the Chinese analysts understood that through tailored and flexible nuclear signaling, right, making implicit reference to nuclear weapons, conducting exercises with nuclear capable weapon systems, conducting tests of nuclear capable delivery systems during the conventional war, could already send an implicit nuclear threat that would influence your adversaries' concern about escalation risks, and therefore influence their decisions on conventional level military operation and even political policies and economic sanction policy, etc. So in an unlikely scenario over Taiwan conflict, if China was facing a huge conventional defeat, I think there is chance that China may also try to play this risk of nuclear escalation through implicit nuclear signaling. But I don't think China has put a lot of thought into that scenario because China is, is more confident than before about its conventional capability, and it hasn't. Its nuclear policy is not driven significantly by using nuclear weapons first.
So I will be brief in my answers and just connect a little bit this question of, how does China escalate in a Taiwan contingency with this question of the strong strategic deterrent. So to be clear, when I talked about the decoupling of conventional and nuclear, here I'm talking about China's general purpose conventional forces. I'm not talking about the kinds of non-nuclear capabilities that could have strategic effects, because there is a set of capabilities that China has singled out, which include offensive cyber capabilities used against strategic targets, counter-space weapons, and its conventional missile force in particular, that are viewed as having this, as contributing to strategic deterrence alongside nuclear weapons. And so, but on the other hand, offensive cyber operations and counter-space capabilities cannot conduct an island landing campaign. So it's that kind of conventional sort of set of capabilities that I'm talking about when I say that they're decoupled. I see the non-nuclear strategic capabilities as being more tightly coupled with China's nuclear strategy. I've argued in another piece that the way that China essentially thinks about strategic deterrence is a strategic substitution approach, where you are using these kinds of non-nuclear information age capabilities to threaten escalation, including up to the nuclear level, because of the way in which some of these capabilities are entangled with nuclear capabilities, but can also have very provocative effects on an adversary's homeland, military capabilities, etc. But together with a nuclear retaliatory capability then ends up daring your adversary to be the one that crosses the nuclear threshold in retaliation. So those capabilities, I think, is what the PRC is talking about when it talks about a strong strategic deterrent system, is the way in which all of those strategic capabilities, nuclear and non-nuclear, can work together in ways that can provide China with escalatory options that are more credible than needing to reach for its nuclear capabilities the way that the Russians have.
Okay, great. I really appreciate folks staying with us for an extra 12 minutes. And I want to give a round of applause for both of our experts for coming to talk to us and staying beyond the normal business hours. So thank you very much for this very informative discussion.